They're right behind us!
I see them.
This way, run!
The arrow pierced through her shoulder before she even heard the bowstring snap. Veya hit the frozen ground hard, blood spreading across the snow like spilled wine. Above her, the winter moon watched in silence as boots crunched closer, heavy, deliberate, hunting boots. She'd run so far, survived so much, and now, miles from any pack that would claim her, she was about to die alone in the wilderness. But then the hunters stopped walking. A low, rumbling growl split the night air, so deep it seemed to vibrate through the earth itself. Veya's fading vision caught a glimpse of something massive emerging from the tree line. Not a wolf. Too big. Too dark. Eyes that burned like molten copper in the darkness. The hunter screamed, and everything went black. Chapter 1. Veya Morwen had been taught 3 absolute truths about mate bonds. First, when you meet your destined mate, the connection is immediate and undeniable. Second, rejecting that bond is a cruelty that scars both souls forever. And third, the mate bond is sacred, chosen by the moon goddess herself, and no wolf in their right mind would ever turn it away. She believed all 3 truths with her whole heart, until the night Darius Haldren looked into her eyes, felt the bond snap into place between them, and said the words that shattered her world. I can't accept this. It happened at the midwinter gathering, when 5 packs came together under the longest night of the year to celebrate alliances, arrange matches, and honor the old ways. The Silvercrest pack, where Veya had lived her entire 23 years, was hosting. Every wolf in the territory had been preparing for weeks. Veya hadn't expected much from the evening. She never did. Born without rank, without beauty, without the kind of strength that made other wolves take notice, she'd learned early to make herself useful in quieter ways. She could track prey through the densest forest. She knew every healing herb that grew in their territory. She could read the weather in the way the wind moved through the trees. But none of that mattered in a world where power was measured in dominance and bloodline. Stand tall, her Aunt Mirren had whispered as they'd walked toward the gathering fires that night. You never know who might notice you. Veya smiled and nodded, not believing it for a second. The clearing was already alive with wolves when they arrived. Bonfires blazed against the winter cold, casting dancing shadows across faces both familiar and strange. The visiting packs had brought their finest, their strongest, their most eligible wolves, all dressed in ceremonial furs and winter silks. Veya wore a simple dress the color of storm clouds. No jewels, no elaborate braiding in her dark auburn hair. She looked exactly like what she was ordinary. And then she felt it. The pulse started as a whisper beneath her ribs, a warmth that spread through her chest like sunrise breaking over frozen ground. Her wolf, usually so quiet and careful, suddenly surged forward with a certainty that stole Veya's breath.
Mate. Ours. There.
Her eyes found him across the clearing without conscious thought. He stood with the Iron Claw delegation, and even among a group of powerful wolves, he commanded attention. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell just past his collar, and a face that could have been carved from stone. Sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw, and eyes the color of amber held up to firelight. When those eyes met hers, the bond snapped into place with enough force to make her stumble. The world tilted. Sounds faded to a distant hum. All Veya could feel was the golden thread connecting her soul to his, thrumming with recognition and certainty and a completeness she'd never known she was missing. Her wolf howled in pure joy. Finally, after all these years of waiting, of watching other wolves find their mates while she remained alone, the moon goddess had given her this gift. She watched his expression shift. Shock first, his eyes widening as he clearly felt what she felt. Then something else crossed his face, something that made Veya's joy falter. He looked dismayed.
No.
She tried to push the thought away. It was just a surprise. The bond was overwhelming, especially in the first moments. He just needed time to adjust. But he was already turning away, his jaw tight, his shoulders rigid with tension. Veya's feet moved before her mind could catch up. She wove through the crowd, her heart hammering, her wolf urging her forward despite the dread building in her stomach. He was deep in conversation with Alpha Theron of Silvercrest when she reached him. Both males turned as she approached, and Veya saw her alpha's eyes narrow with calculation. "Excuse me," Veya managed, her voice steadier than she felt. "I need to speak with you. Please." The stranger's amber eyes fixed on her face, and Veya felt the bond pull tight between them, aching with need and possibility. "I'm in the middle of something," he said, his tone carefully neutral. Not warm, not cold, just distant. As if she were any other wolf interrupting his conversation, not the other half of his soul. "It's important," Veya pressed, very aware of Alpha Theron watching this exchange with obvious interest. "Just a moment of your time." Something flickered in the stranger's expression.
Guilt, maybe.
Or resignation. He glanced at Theron, who waved a dismissive hand. "By all means. Though I'd be curious to know what business our healer's niece could possibly have with Ironclaw's future beta." The words were pointed. A reminder of exactly how far beneath this male Veya stood in the hierarchy of their world. The stranger's jaw tightened, but he gestured toward the tree line. 5 minutes. They walked in tense silence until the sounds of the gathering faded behind them. Veya's whole body trembled, from cold, from anticipation, from the bond that was now singing between them like a living thing. "You feel it too," she said once they were alone. Not a question. She could feel his emotions through the bond, confusion and conflict, and something that felt horribly like regret. The mate bond. Yes. One word, flat and final. "Then why?" Veya's voice broke. "Why did you walk away?" He was silent for a long moment, his back to her, his hands clenched at his sides. When he finally turned to face her, his expression was carefully controlled. "What's your name?"
Veya.
"Veya Morwen. I'm Darius Huldren." He didn't offer his hand, didn't move closer. Just stood there like a wall of stone. "And I'm sorry, Veya. I can't accept this bond." The words hit like a physical blow. Veya actually staggered back a step, her hand flying to her chest where the bond was suddenly screaming in protest. "You what?" "I can't accept it," Darius repeated, and now she heard the steel underneath his careful tone. "I need a mate who can stand beside me when I become beta. Someone with rank, with connections, with the kind of strength that commands respect." His eyes traveled over her, taking in her plain dress, her unremarkable features, her obvious lack of status. "You can't be that. And I won't chain myself to someone who would weaken my position." Each word carved deeper. Veya felt her wolf howling in anguish, felt the bond between them straining as he deliberately pushed against it. "The moon goddess chose us for each other," she whispered. "That has to mean something. It means she made a mistake." Darius's voice was hard now, all pretense of gentleness gone. "It happens. Rare, but not unheard of. And I'm not going to let one night, one accident of fate, dictate the rest of my life." An accident. Veya's vision blurred with tears she refused to shed. "That's what I am to you. An accident. I'm being honest with you. That's more than most males would offer." He took a step back, creating more distance between them. "Go back to the gathering. Find some wolf from your pack who's suited to your station. Have a quiet life. Forget about me." "Forget about you?" A bitter laugh escaped her throat. "You're my mate. The bond doesn't just disappear because you will be gone. It will fade. Over time, if we don't complete the bond, it'll weaken and eventually die. Yes, it'll hurt, but we'll both survive." His amber eyes held no warmth, no compassion. Just a cold calculation. "I've already made my decision, Veya. I'm rejecting this bond. I'm rejecting you. And I'd advise you to do the same before this becomes more complicated than it needs to be." The finality in his voice left no room for argument. No hope for negotiation. Veya stood there in the winter darkness, feeling the bond between them fracturing with every breath, and realized she'd been wrong about those 3 absolute truths. The mate bond could be denied. And sometimes being chosen by the moon goddess meant nothing at all. "I won't tell anyone," she heard herself say, her voice hollow and distant. About the bond. I won't make trouble for you. Darius nodded, something that might have been relief crossing his face. Thank you. That's mature of you.
Mature.
As if her heart wasn't being torn apart. As if she wasn't dying inside while he stood there calm and composed and ready to walk away. Go back to the gathering, he said again, already turning away. And Veya, I am sorry.
Truly.
But this is for the best. Then he was gone, walking back toward the fires and the music and the life he'd chosen. The life that didn't include her. Veya stood alone among the dark trees, her arms wrapped around herself, trying to hold together a soul that was breaking into pieces. The bond thrashed inside her chest like a wounded animal. The severed connection between them screamed with every heartbeat, wrong, wrong, this is wrong. Go back, make him understand. But there was nothing to understand. Darius Haldren had looked at her and decided she wasn't enough. And no amount of moon goddess destiny could change that simple, devastating truth. Veya didn't return to the gathering. She couldn't bear the thought of walking back into that firelit clearing, of facing curious stares and whispered questions, of pretending her entire world hadn't just collapsed. Instead, she ran. Her wolf surged forward, desperate for release, and Veya let the shift take her. Bones cracked and reformed, her body blurring into her other form, a wolf the color of autumn leaves, smaller and slighter than most, but fast when speed was all that mattered. She ran through the winter forest, her paws barely touching the frozen ground. The bond pulled at her with every stride, a golden thread connected to a male who didn't want her, urging her to turn back, to fight, to make him see. But what was there to see? He'd looked at her clearly, assessed her worth with those calculating amber eyes, and found her lacking. By the time Veya reached the small cottage she shared with her aunt on the eastern edge of Silvercrest territory, her wolf form was shaking with exhaustion and grief. She shifted back, stumbled through the door, and collapsed onto the rough wooden floor. That's where Mirren found her an hour later, curled into a ball, naked and shivering, tears streaming down her face as the mate bond slowly, agonizingly began to die. Oh, little one, Mirren breathed, immediately wrapping a blanket around Veya's shoulders. What happened? Veya couldn't speak, couldn't form words around the anguish choking her throat. Her aunt held her through the night, rocking her gently, asking no more questions. And when dawn finally broke gray and cold through the windows, Veya whispered the truth. He rejected me. My mate, he looked at me and decided I wasn't good enough. Mirren's arms tightened, and in her aunt's silence, Veya heard an understanding that spoke of old pain, old wounds that had never fully healed. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, Mirren finally whispered. I'm so sorry. But sorry I couldn't fix this. Nothing could. The bond would fade eventually, Darius had said. The pain would become bearable. But as Veya lay in her aunt's arms, feeling her soul slowly tear in half, she wondered if bearable was just another word for surviving when you'd rather not. Chapter 2. 3 days passed like 3 years. Veya barely left her bed. The mate bond, severed and dying, felt like poison spreading through her veins. Every breath hurts. Every heartbeat was a reminder of what she'd lost before she'd ever really had it. Mirren tried everything. Healing teas that tasted of earth and bitterness. Poultices for the phantom pain that radiated through Veya's chest. Sleeping draughts that brought only nightmares of amber eyes and cold rejection. Nothing helped. The worst part wasn't the physical pain, though that was considerable. It was the emptiness. The bond had shown Veya, for one perfect moment, what it felt like to be complete. To be chosen. To matter to someone in a way that transcended logic and reason. And then it had ripped that feeling away, leaving a hollow space inside her that nothing could fill. You need to eat, Mirren said on the morning of the 4th day, setting a bowl of broth beside Veya's bed. Even just a little. Your body needs strength to heal. I don't want to heal. Veya's voice came out rough, scraped raw from crying. I want this to stop. I want it to stop hurting. I know, sweetheart. I know. Mirren sat on the edge of the bed, her weathered hand stroking Veya's tangled hair. But it will get better. Slowly, painfully, but it will. How do you know? Mirren was quiet for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the weight of old grief. Because the same thing happened to me, 26 years ago. Veya turned her head, shock cutting through her misery. What? Your Uncle Garrett, he wasn't my mate. He was my choice, and I loved him dearly. But my true mate. Mirren's eyes grew distant. His name was Corvin. He was the alpha son, destined to lead Silvercrest. And when the bond formed between us at a summer gathering much like the one you just attended, he looked at me, a common tracker with no family name, no rank, no political value, and he made the same calculation your Darius made. Aunt Mirren. Veya breathed. He rejected me politely, efficiently, the way one might decline an unsuitable business arrangement. Mirren's smile was bitter. And then he took a mate from the Stonepaw pack, a beautiful she-wolf from a powerful bloodline. They had strong pups. He became a respected alpha. Everything worked out exactly as he'd planned. And you? I survived. Mirren's hand found Veya's, squeezed gently. The bond faded over time. Took almost 2 years before I stopped feeling him, stopped sensing his emotions like phantom echoes. But eventually, the connection died completely. And I found Garrett, who wasn't my fated mate, but was something better. A man who chose to love me every single day, not because the moon goddess commanded it, but because he wanted to. The story should have been comforting. A tale of survival, of moving on, of finding happiness despite the cruelty of fate. But all Veya could think about was 2 years. 2 years of this agony before the bond finally released her. She didn't know if she had that kind of strength. Did you ever see him again? Veya asked quietly. Corvin. Every day. Mirren's voice was matter-of-fact. He's Alpha Theron's father. Retired now, but still living in the main compound. I see him at gatherings, at pack meetings. And I feel nothing. The bond is gone. He's just another wolf, no more important to me than any other. I don't think I can do that, Veya whispered. I don't think I'm that strong. You are. You don't believe it yet, but you are. Mirren stood, moving toward the door. Rest today. Tomorrow, we'll see about getting you on your feet. The world doesn't stop turning because our hearts are broken, little one. Eventually, we have to rejoin it. But Veya wasn't ready. Not tomorrow, not the day after. On the 5th day, Alpha Theron summoned her. The command came through a young runner who knocked on their cottage door just after dawn. His face was carefully neutral, but Veya saw pity in his eyes. The Alpha requests Veya Morwen's presence in his den. Immediately. Mirren's face went pale. She's still recovering from an illness. Surely it can wait. Immediately, the runner repeated. Alpha's orders. There was no refusing a direct command from the pack alpha. Veya forced herself out of bed, dressed in a simple tunic and leggings, and followed the runner through the awakening pack grounds. Wolves stared as she passed, some with curiosity, some with pity, all clearly aware that something had happened at the midwinter gathering. The Alpha's den was a large timber structure near the center of Silvercrest territory, built to impress and intimidate in equal measure. Veya had been inside only once before, years ago, when her uncle had died and Mirren needed to petition for their cottage. Alpha Theron sat behind a massive oak desk, his silver-gray eyes cold and assessing as Veya was ushered inside. 2 other wolves stood with him. Marcus, the head enforcer, and a female Veya didn't recognize, though her scent marked her as Ironclaw Pack. Leave us, Theron ordered the runner, who bowed and retreated, closing the door with an ominous click. Veya stood before the desk, her head lowered in automatic submission, her wolf whimpering beneath her skin. You've been hiding, Theron said conversationally. 4 days locked away in your cottage. That's quite unusual for our reliable little tracker. I apologize, Alpha. I was unwell. Unwell. Theron leaned back in his chair, studying her. Is that what we're calling it? Veya's throat tightened. I don't understand. Don't lie to an alpha girl. His voice cracked like a whip. I saw what happened at the gathering. I watched Darius Haldren feel the mate bond snap into place with you. Watch him assess you like livestock at the market. And I watched him walk away. Shame burned hot in Veya's chest. So, everyone had seen. Everyone knew. It's a private matter, she managed. Nothing is private when it involves my pack's reputation. Theron stood, moving around the desk with predatory grace. Do you know who this is? He gestured to the unfamiliar female. No, Alpha. This is Ceres, Beta of Ironclaw Pack. She came here this morning with a very interesting request. Theron's smile didn't reach his eyes. Tell her, Ceres. The female stepped forward, her expression professional but not unkind. Darius Haldren has reported to our Alpha that he experienced a mate bond with a Silvercrest wolf. He claims it was a mistake, a weak connection that he immediately rejected. Our Alpha wants to ensure there will be no complications from this situation. Complications, Veya repeated numbly. Legal claims. Challenges to his future chosen mate. Gossip that might damage Ironclaw's alliance with other packs. Ceres's tone was matter-of-fact. Rejected mate bonds are messy. We need your assurance that you won't pursue this connection. That you understand it's over and will make no claims on Darius Haldren, now or ever. They wanted her to sign away any rights to the male, who was supposed to be her destiny. To formally release him from a bond he'd already broken. And if I refuse? The words came out before Veya could stop them. Theron's expression hardened. Then you become a problem. For Ironclaw, for our alliance with them, and most importantly for me. He moved closer, his dominance rolling over her in waves. I've spent years building relationships with the major packs in this region. Ironclaw is our strongest ally. I will not allow a low-ranking she-wolf with delusions of grandeur to jeopardize that. I'm not. Veya started, but he cut her off. You will sign the document Ceres has prepared. You will swear before witnesses that you make no claim on Darius Haldren. And you will never speak of this mate bond to anyone outside this room. His silver eyes were merciless. In return, you'll be allowed to remain in Silvercrest. Your aunt will keep her position and her cottage. Life will continue as it was. And if I don't sign, then you'll be declared rogue and exiled before nightfall. Theron's voice was casual, as if discussing the weather. Your aunt, of course, would be welcome to stay. But I imagine losing her only remaining family would be difficult for her, especially at her age. The threat was clear. Sign away her mate's bond and any hope of ever claiming what the moon goddess had given her, or be cast out and break Mirren's heart in the process. Veya looked at Ceres, who held a rolled parchment and a quill. The beta's expression was sympathetic but firm. This was pack politics, cold and calculating and utterly without mercy. May I read it first? Veya asked quietly. Ceres handed over the document. The language was formal, legal, designed to protect Darius from any future claims or challenges. By signing, Veya would be agreeing that the mate bond had been mutually rejected, that she sought no compensation or recognition, that she would never approach Darius or interfere with his chosen mate when he took one. It was erased, complete and absolute, as if the bond had never existed, as if she had never mattered at all. I need ink, Veya heard herself say. The series provided it. Veya's hand shook as she signed her name at the bottom of the parchment, each letter feeling like a betrayal of something sacred. The moon goddess had chosen them. And here she was, putting her signature on a document that said that choice meant nothing. Very good. Theron took the parchment, examined her signature, and nodded with satisfaction. Ceres, please convey to Alpha Haldren that this matter is resolved. There will be no complications from Silvercrest. Thank you, Alpha. Ceres rolled the parchment carefully, her eyes flickering to Veya with something that might have been pity. For what it's worth, I'm sorry this happened to you. Mate bond rejections are rare, and they're never easy. Veya said nothing. There was nothing to say. After Ceres left, Theron returned to his desk, already dismissing Veya from his attention. You're free to go. But remember, you signed that document willingly. If I hear even a whisper of you violating its terms, the consequences will be severe. Yes, Alpha. And Veya. He looked up one last time. Get back to work. The pack doesn't need a tracker wallowing in self-pity. We need you to be functional. Do you understand? Yes, Alpha. She walked out of his den on numb legs, barely aware of the journey back to her cottage. The document was signed. The bond was officially severed. Darius Haldren was free to forget she existed, and she was expected to do the same. Mirren took one look at Veya's face and pulled her into a fierce embrace. What did he do? Made me sign a document, releasing Darius from any obligation. Veya's voice was hollow. Threatened to exile me if I didn't. Said you'd lose everything if I made trouble. That bastard, Mirren hissed. Using me as leverage. It doesn't matter. And strangely, it didn't. The bond was dying anyway. The document just made it official. I signed it. It's done. Darius is free, Theron is happy, and everything can go back to normal. Veya. I'm going to rest. Veya pulled away from her aunt's embrace. Wake me when it's time for evening patrol. You're right. The pack needs me to be functional. So I'll be functional. She walked to her small room and closed the door before Mirren could respond. Then she lay down on her bed, stared at the ceiling, and felt absolutely nothing. The bond was a dying ember in her chest. The document had been signed. Her mate had rejected her and would face no consequences for that rejection. This was her life now. And she would survive it, because that's what wolves like her did. They survived, and they served, and they pretended their hearts weren't breaking with every breath. 2 more days passed in a haze of forced normalcy. Veya resumed her duties as tracker, running patrols along Silvercrest's borders, checking game trails, and marking territorial boundaries. She moved through the motions with mechanical efficiency, speaking when spoken to, completing tasks as assigned. At night, she lay awake feeling the bond slowly fade, each day bringing less pain but also less of everything. Less hope, less feeling, less of herself. On the 8th day, Mirren sat her down after breakfast, her expression serious. I'm worried about you. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're disappearing. Mirren reached across the table, forcing Veya to meet her eyes. I've seen this before in wolves whose mate bonds were rejected. They shut down. Stop feeling anything because feeling hurts too much. And eventually, they forget how to feel at all. Maybe that's better, Veya said quietly. Maybe not feeling is the only way to survive this.
No.
Mirren's voice was fierce. Survival isn't the same as living, Veya. I won't watch you become a ghost in your own life. Then what do you want me to do? The question came out sharper than intended. The bond is dying. I signed away any claim to my mate. I have no choice but to accept it and move on. You have choices. You've always had choices. Mirren stood, moving to the window. You could leave Silvercrest. Start over somewhere new where no one knows about the rejection. And abandon you? I'm not asking you to abandon me. I'm saying you don't have to stay in a place that's become a prison.
Mirren turned back.
Veya, I see how the other wolves look at you now. With pity, with discomfort, like you're a reminder of something shameful. Is that really the life you want? It wasn't. But leaving would mean becoming rogue, and rogues rarely survived long. The wilderness was dangerous. Other packs were territorial, and a lone she-wolf without pack protection was vulnerable in ways Veya didn't want to contemplate. I'll think about it, she said finally. But thinking was all she did. Until the night, everything changed. It was the 10th day after the rejection. Veya was running border patrol alone, her wolf form moving silently through the winter forest. The bond was quieter now, barely a whisper compared to the screaming agony of those first days. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt hollow. The attack came without warning. One moment, Veya was following a deer trail along Silvercrest's northern border. The next, something slammed into her side with enough force to send her tumbling through the underbrush. She rolled to her feet, snarling, and found herself facing 3 wolves she didn't recognize. Rogues, by their scarred appearances and the wild, half-mad gleam in their eyes. Veya's heart hammered. She was a tracker, not a fighter. Against 3 rogues, especially ones that looked this feral, she had no chance.
She ran.
The rogues gave chase, their howls splitting the night air. Veya pushed herself harder than she ever had, her smaller size giving her speed, but not enough to outpace wolves driven by hunger and desperation. A fallen log appeared in her path. Veya leaped, clearing it by inches, and landed wrong. Her front paw twisted beneath her, pain shooting up her leg. She stumbled, fell, tried to rise. The rogues were on her. Teeth sank into her shoulder. Claws raked across her side. Veya fought back with everything she had, snapping at faces, kicking with her hind legs, but there were too many of them. Blood soaked into her fur. Her own blood, hot and terrifying. This was how she would die. Torn apart by rogues, dying alone in the forest, unmated and unmourned. The bond flickered one last time at her chest. A final, desperate pulse toward a male who had already forgotten she existed. Then one of the rogues yelped. The weight on Veya's back suddenly lifted. She heard snarling, the wet sound of flesh tearing, and then silence. Through blurring vision, Veya saw her attackers scatter, fleeing back into the darkness with terrified whines. And standing over her, breathing hard, was the largest wolf she'd ever seen. Black as midnight, with a coat that seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. Muscles rippled beneath fur as the wolf turned toward her, and Veya found herself staring into eyes that glowed like molten copper. Not amber like Darius's cold assessment.
Copper.
Warm and alive and burning with an intensity that took her breath away. The black wolf moved closer, and Veya's instincts screamed at her to run. This was clearly a rogue, powerful and dangerous, and she was wounded and helpless. But she couldn't move. Blood loss and shock had stolen her strength. The wolf shifted. The transformation was instantaneous, almost violent in its speed. One moment, a massive predator.
The next, a man.
Tall, powerfully built, with long black hair that fell past his shoulders and a face marked by scars that spoke of a hard life. Bronze skin, sharp features, and those impossible copper eyes studying her with an expression she couldn't read. He was also completely naked, which her fading mind registered with distant, inappropriate embarrassment. "Easy," the man said, his voice deep and rough. "I'm not going to hurt you." Veya tried to shift, to speak, but her wolf form was struggling just to breathe. "Don't." He moved closer, kneeling beside her. "You're losing too much blood. Stay in wolf form. It heals faster." His hands, surprisingly gentle for their size, examined her wounds. Veya whimpered as he probed the gash on her shoulder. "This is bad," he muttered. "Needs to be cleaned and closed, or infection will set in." Those copper eyes met hers. "I have shelter nearby. A cave, about a mile north. I can treat your wounds there, but I need to carry you. Will you let me?" Veya should have refused. Should have tried to make it back to Silvercrest on her own, to her pack, to safety. But she was so tired. And something about this stranger's voice, the steadiness of his hands, the way he looked at her without pity or calculation, it made her want to trust him. She managed a weak nod. "All right, this is going to hurt." He shifted back to his wolf form and carefully gripped the scruff of her neck in his massive jaws, lifting her as gently as possible. Pain exploded through Veya's body, and darkness rushed up to claim her. The last thing she felt was the steady rhythm of the black wolf's gait as he carried her deeper into the wilderness. Away from her pack. Away from everything she'd ever known. Into the unknown. Chapter 3. Warmth. That was the first thing Veya became aware of as consciousness slowly returned. Deep, penetrating warmth that seemed to seep into her bones, chasing away the cold that had become so familiar she'd forgotten what it felt like to be truly warm. The second thing was the pain. Her shoulder throbbed with a dull, insistent ache. Her side felt like it had been set on fire. Every breath sent sharp twinges through her ribs. But she was alive. Veya forced her eyes open, blinking against dim light that flickered and danced across stone walls. A cave just as the stranger had said. Small but surprisingly dry, with a fire crackling near the entrance and what looked like carefully arranged supplies stacked against one wall. She was still in wolf form, she realized. Still too weak to shift back. And she was lying on a bed of pine boughs covered with furs that smelled of smoke and winter, and something else, something wild and masculine that made her wolf stir with cautious interest. "You're awake." Veya's head snapped toward the voice, immediately regretting the quick movement as pain lanced through her neck. The black wolf sat near the fire in human form, wearing rough leather pants now but still shirtless. In the firelight, Veya could see the full extent of the scars that marked his body. Claw marks across his ribs. Bite marks on his shoulder. A particularly vicious one that traced from his collarbone down to his abdomen. This was a male who had survived things that would have killed most wolves. "Easy," he said, not moving from his position. "You're safe. The wounds are cleaned and treated. You'll heal, but you need rest." Veya tried to shift, needing her human voice to ask the dozens of questions racing through her mind. But her wolf form wouldn't release her, too exhausted and traumatized to manage the transformation. The stranger seemed to understand. "Don't force it. Shifting takes energy you don't have right now. Just rest. We can talk later." But Veya needed answers. Needed to understand why a rogue had saved her life instead of leaving her to die or, worse, finishing what the other rogues had started. She made a questioning sound, a soft whine that she hoped he would interpret correctly. Those copper eyes studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. It transformed his face, softening the harsh lines, making him look younger and almost gentle. "You want to know why I helped you?" "Not a question." "Fair enough. I'm Riven, by the way. And before you ask, yes, I'm Rogue. I have been for almost 4 years now." Riven. The name suited him somehow. Sharp and strong, and a little bit dangerous. He stood, moving to check something cooking over the fire. A rabbit, Veya realized with a pang of hunger. The smell was intoxicating. "I helped you because those ferals would have killed you," Riven continued, his back to her. "And because I know what it's like to be alone and hurting and wondering if anyone in the world gives a damn whether you live or die." He glanced back at her. "Someone once helped me when I needed it." Figured I'd pass the kindness forward. There was a story there, buried in the careful neutrality of his voice. Pain and loss that mirrored her own. Veya made another soft sound, trying to convey gratitude. "You're welcome." Riven turned the rabbit on its makeshift spit. The wounds weren't as bad as they looked. Deep but clean. "I used yarrow and comfort to stop the bleeding and golden seal to prevent infection. You'll be sore for a few days, but you should make a full recovery." He knew herbs. Knew healing. That was unexpected for a rogue. "My mother was a healer," Riven said, as if reading her thoughts. "Taught me the basics before." He didn't finish the sentence. Just turned his attention back to the fire. They sat in silence for a while. Riven tending the fire and cooking meat. Veya watches him with growing curiosity. He moved with the easy grace of a predator, completely comfortable in his own skin. No wasted motion, no nervous energy. Just calm, controlled efficiency. He was beautiful in a rough, dangerous way. All sharp edges and hard muscle, and those striking copper eyes that seemed to glow in the firelight. Not that it mattered. Veya's heart was too broken to notice such things. The mate bond might be dying, but its ghost still haunted her, a constant reminder of the male who hadn't wanted her. "The rabbit's ready," Riven said, pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. "Or, it will be in a few minutes. Think you can eat?" Veya's stomach was cramped with hunger. She hadn't eaten properly in days, too consumed by grief and pain to care about food. She nodded carefully. Riven prepared portions with practiced skill, separating the meat from bone, setting aside pieces that even a wolf could manage without the benefit of human teeth. "Here." He brought a large portion to her, setting it on a flat stone within easy reach. "Eat slowly. Your stomach's been empty too long. Too much too fast, and you'll be sick." Veya wanted to devour everything immediately, but she forced herself to follow his advice. Small bites, chewed carefully, giving her body time to adjust. The meat was perfectly cooked, seasoned with herbs she recognized. Rosemary, thyme, a hint of sage. It tasted like the first real meal she'd had in her entire life. Riven ate his own portion in silence, watching her with those unnervingly perceptive copper eyes. Not staring exactly, just observing, making sure she was all right. When was the last time anyone had looked at her with genuine concern instead of pity or calculation? Veya couldn't remember. She finished eating and felt exhaustion pull at her immediately. The food, the warmth, the simple safety of this cave, it all combined to make her feel heavier than stone. "Sleep," Riven said softly. "I'll keep watch. You're safe here, little wolf. I promise." And despite every logical reason to be afraid, despite the fact that she was alone in a cave with a rogue male she'd just met, despite everything, Veya believed him. She let her eyes drift closed, let sleep claim her, and for the first time in 10 days, she didn't dream of amber eyes and cold rejection. She dreamed of copper and warmth and a voice that promised safety. When Veya woke again, it was too pale morning light filtering through the cave entrance. The fire had burned down to embers, but the furs covering her were thick enough to keep the winter cold at bay. Riven was gone. For a moment, panic flared. Had he left her here? Abandoned her in the wilderness to fend for herself?
But no.
His scent was still fresh, and she could hear movement outside the cave. Water splashing, the sound of something being cleaned or washed. Veya tried again to shift, and this time her wolf released her. The transformation hurt more than usual, her injuries protesting the change, but she gritted her teeth and pushed through. Bones cracked and reformed, fur receding into skin, and then she was human again. Naked, cold, and acutely aware of exactly how vulnerable she was. She grabbed one of the furs, wrapping it around herself like a cloak, and carefully sat up. Her shoulder screamed in protest, but the wound held. Riven's treatment had been expert. "You're awake." Veya's head snapped toward the cave entrance. Riven stood there, silhouetted against the morning light, carrying what looked like a water skin and several pieces of clothing. "I shifted," Veya said, and winced at how rough her voice sounded. When was the last time she'd used it? "I can see that." Riven moved into the cave, his expression carefully neutral. "How do you feel?" "Like I was attacked by 3 rogues and nearly died." A smile ghosted across his face. "Fair assessment. Here." He held out the clothing. "They'll be too big, but better than nothing. The water skin is for drinking. Fresh from a stream about a quarter-mile north." Veya accepted both offerings, acutely aware of how close he was standing. How his copper eyes didn't waver from her face, never dropping to the bare skin the fur didn't cover. Respectful. Careful not to make her uncomfortable. When was the last time a male had shown her that kind of consideration? "Thank you," she managed. "For everything. The rescue, the healing, the shelter. I don't know how to repay you. I don't want repayment." Riven stepped back, giving her space. "I'll step outside while you dress. Take your time. The wounds will be tender." He was gone before Veya could respond. She dressed quickly in the clothes he'd provided. A tunic that hung to mid-thigh and leather pants that she had to tie with a makeshift belt to keep from falling off. The fabric smelled like him, like smoke and winter and something indefinably wild. It should have felt wrong, wearing a strange male's clothing. Instead, it felt oddly safe. "I'm dressed," Veya called out. Riven returned, carrying more wood for the fire. He set about building it back up with efficient movements, and Veya found herself watching the play of muscles across his scarred back. "You said you've been a rogue for 4 years, she said, needing to fill the silence with something. "What happened? To make you leave your pack?" Riven's hand stilled for just a moment. Then he continued stacking wood, his voice carefully controlled. "That's a long story. I have time." Veya pulled the fur tighter around her shoulders. "Unless you'd rather I leave. I don't want to impose on your hospitality any longer than necessary." "You're not imposing." The fire caught, flames licking upward. "And you're not strong enough to travel yet. Those wounds need at least another day to close properly, maybe 2. Then tell me your story. Please. I'd like to know who saved my life." Riven settled back on his heels, his copper eyes reflecting the firelight. For a long moment, Veya thought he'd refuse. Then he spoke, his voice low and rough with old pain. I had a mate. Her name was Thessa. She was... He paused, searching for words. She was everything. Kind, fierce, brilliant. When the bond formed between us, I thought the moon goddess had given me more than I deserved. Past tense.
Had.
Veya's heart clenched with sympathetic pain. We were happy for 2 years. Planned to have pups, to build a life together. And then hunters came. Riven's jaw tightened. Not wolf hunters. Human hunters who didn't know we were sentient. To them, we were just animals. Trophy kills. Riven. They killed her. The words came out flat, emotionless. The kind of tone that spoke of pain so deep it had been buried under layers of scar tissue. Shot her while we were running. Silver arrow, through the heart. She died in my wolf form, in my arms, and I couldn't do anything to save her. Silence fell, heavy and terrible. The bond broke immediately, Riven continued. Like a rope snapping. One moment she was there, warm and alive, and connected to me. The next, nothing. Just silence where she used to be. Veya understood that silence. She was living in it now, feeling her own bond slowly fade into nothingness. I'm so sorry, she whispered. The pack tried to help, offering support, counseling, time to grieve. But everywhere I looked, I saw reminders of her. The den we'd built together. The trails we used to run. Other mated pairs, happy and whole, while I was... He shook his head. I couldn't stay. So I left. Became a rogue. Been wandering ever since. For years, Veya said softly. For years alone. Not always alone. I've met other rogues, formed temporary alliances. But nothing permanent. Nothing that required me to... He trailed off, then met her eyes. Nothing that required me to feel again. The parallel was so clear it hurt. Both of them, broken by mate bonds that had ended. His through death, hers through rejection. Both wandering, surviving, but not really living. Your turn, Riven said, his voice gentler now. Why was a pack wolf running alone so close to rogue territory? And don't say you got lost. I can smell pack markers from here. You were well within your boundaries when those ferals attacked. Veya looked down at her hands, twisted in the borrowed tunic. She should lie. Should protect her privacy, her dignity, her pack's reputation. But what did any of that matter now? I had a mate too, she said quietly, for about 5 minutes. Riven went very still. The bond formed 10 days ago at a gathering, with a male named Darius, the future beta of Ironclaw Pack. The words tasted bitter. He felt it too. I know he did. But he looked at me, assessed my value like I was livestock, and decided I wasn't good enough. Too low-ranked. Too plain. Too ordinary to stand beside him when he took his position. He rejected you. Riven's voice was hard. Angry on her behalf. Immediately. Told me it was for the best. That I should find some suitable male for my own pack and forget about him. Veya laughed, the sound harsh and broken. And when I thought it couldn't get worse, my alpha forced me to sign a legal document releasing any claim on Darius. Threatened to exile me and punish my aunt if I refused. Bastard, Riven growled. Which one? Darius or my alpha? Both. Despite everything, Veya smiled. It felt strange, using muscles that had forgotten how to form that expression. The bond is dying now, she continued. Slowly, painfully. Every day it gets quieter, the connection weaker. In another year, maybe less, it'll be gone completely. And I'll be free. Free, Riven repeated, and something in his tone suggested he understood exactly how empty that word could be. They sat in silence, two wolves broken by the cruelty of fate, sharing space and warmth and the quiet understanding that came from recognizing your own pain in someone else's eyes. Why were you out there? Riven asked finally, running patrol that close to dangerous territory? Because I needed to feel something other than grief. Veya's voice was barely above a whisper. Because staying in the pack, seeing the pity in everyone's eyes, feeling the bond slowly die inside me, it was suffocating. So, I volunteered for the dangerous patrols, the ones no one else wants. Hoping you'd encounter something that would end it. Riven finished what she couldn't say. I know that feeling. I spent my first year as a rogue actively seeking out dangerous situations. Picking fights with ferals, wandering into hostile pack territories, taking stupid risks. Never quite had the courage to end it myself, but I could make the world do it for me. What changed? I met an old rogue. Half mad from isolation, but still lucid enough to see what I was doing. He grabbed me by the throat one night and said, "Your mate died, so you could live. Don't dishonor her memory by throwing that life away." Riven's expression was distant. It didn't fix everything, didn't make the pain stop. But it made me realize that surviving, actually trying to survive instead of just waiting to die, was the only way to honor what Veya and I had. Veya absorbed those words, turning them over in her mind. Her situation was different. Her mate had rejected her, not died. But the message was the same. Survive. Actually try. Don't let the pain win. "I should get back," she said finally. "My aunt will be worried. The pack will have noticed I'm missing." "Not yet." Riven's voice was firm. "Another day at least. Those wounds need more time to heal, and you need more food and rest. If you go back now, weak and injured, you're just inviting questions you probably don't want to answer." He had a point. How would she explain the injuries? The lost time? Besides, Riven continued, a hint of something playful entering his tone. "I saved your life. The least you can do is humor me by following my medical advice." That surprised a real laugh out of Veya. Small and rusty, but genuine.
Fine.
"One more day. But then I really do need to return." "One more day," Riven agreed. They spent the rest of that day in surprisingly comfortable companionship. Riven showed Veya his supply cache, explained his system for preserving meat and storing herbs. He taught her a tracking technique she'd never learned in Silvercrest, a way of reading the forest that went beyond simple scent and sight. And they talked about nothing important and everything important, about their packs, their families, their lives before everything fell apart. Veya learned that Riven had been a warrior in his pack, respected and feared in equal measure. That he'd loved running under the full moon, feeling the wild joy of the hunt. That he missed his younger sister most of all, wondered if she even remembered him after 4 years of absence. Riven learned that Veya was a tracker, one of the best in Silvercrest despite her low rank. That she could identify any plant in the forest and knew exactly which ones healed and which ones killed. That she'd always dreamed of traveling beyond pack territories, seeing the world instead of just the same trees and trails day after day. As the sun set and the cave filled with firelight once more, Veya realized something startling. She felt lighter, not happy exactly, not healed, but less crushed by the weight of her rejection, less consumed by the dying mate bond. For the first time in 10 days, she could breathe without it hurting. "Thank you," she said as they settled in for the night. "For more than just the rescue. For this. For seeing me as more than just a rejected mate." Riven's copper eyes met hers across the fire, and something passed between them. Understanding. Recognition. Connection. "You're more than what he made you feel," Riven said quietly. "So much more. And someday, when the bond is completely gone, and you can think clearly again, you'll realize that his rejection says everything about him and nothing about your worth." Veya wanted to believe that. Desperately. Maybe, with time, she would. She fell asleep that night wrapped in borrowed furs, listening to the crackling fire and Riven's steady breathing. And she didn't dream of Darius at all. Chapter 4. Morning came too quickly. Veya woke to find Riven already awake, sitting near the cave entrance and watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. He'd shifted to his wolf form sometime during the night, and in the early light, his black coat looked almost blue. He was magnificent, wild and untamed and utterly at peace in his solitude. Veya shifted as well, testing her injuries. The wounds had closed significantly overnight, reduced to tender pink scars that would fade with time. Riven's healing work had been exceptional. She padded to the cave entrance, settling beside him. For a long moment, they sat in companionable silence, watching the world wake up. "You heal fast," Riven observed through their shared wolf senses. His mental voice was different from his human one, deeper, rougher, more primal. "Clean wounds, expert treatment," Veya replied. "I feel almost normal." Almost isn't the same as completely healed. "You should rest another day." "I can't." Veya turned to look at him, her wolf form so much smaller beside his massive frame. "I've been gone 2 nights now. My aunt will be frantic. The pack will have search parties out. I need to get back before this becomes a bigger problem than it already is." Riven was quiet for a moment. Then, "What will you tell them? About the wounds? About where you've been?" Veya had been thinking about that all night. The truth, mostly. That I was attacked by rogues while on patrol. I managed to escape and took shelter in a cave until I was strong enough to return. And the part where another rogue saved you, treated your wounds, gave you shelter? That part stays between us. Veya met his copper eyes. My alpha already threatened exile once. If he knew I'd been alone with a rogue male for 2 days, he'd use it as an excuse to cast me out. Or worse, he'd send hunters after you. Something flickered in Riven's expression. Surprise, maybe, that she'd thought to protect him. "You don't owe me anything," he said quietly. "I owe you my life. The least I can do is protect yours in return." Veya stood, stretching carefully. "I should go, before the sun gets much higher." Riven shifted back to human form, his transformation as fluid and instantaneous as ever. Veya averted her eyes, giving him privacy as he pulled on his leather pants. "Wait here," he said. "I have something for you." He disappeared deeper into the cave, returning a moment later with a small pouch made of soft leather. "Herbs. For if the wounds start to ache or if infection sets in despite my treatment. Yarrow, golden seal, comfrey. You know how to use them." Veya shifted to accept the gift, wrapping herself in one of the furs.
Yes.
"My aunt taught me basic healing." "Thank you." "There's also some dried meat. Not much, but enough to keep your strength up for a few days." Riven's expression was carefully neutral, but Veya sensed the concern underneath. "And Veya, if things get bad, if your alpha makes trouble, or if you just need to get away, there's a place. An old oak grove about 5 miles due north from Silvercrest's northern border. Big trees, ancient, with trunks wider than 3 wolves. If you go there at sunset and wait, I'll find you." Veya's throat tightened. "Why would you do that?" "We barely know each other." "Because I know what it's like to feel trapped, to need an escape route, and not have one." Riven's copper eyes held hers. "Consider it insurance. Or friendship. Or whatever makes you comfortable accepting it." "Friendship." The word settled into Veya's chest, warm and unexpected. When was the last time someone had offered her friendship without expecting something in return? "Thank you," she whispered. "For everything. I won't forget this." "Don't thank me. Just be careful."
And Veya.
He waited until she met his eyes. "You're stronger than you think. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise." The words wrapped around her heart like a shield. Veya dressed quickly in her own clothes, which Riven had cleaned and mended while she slept. The tears from the rogue attack had been carefully stitched, the bloodstains mostly washed out. "I'll walk you to the border," Riven said. "Make sure you get back safely." "You don't have to." "I want to." They traveled in wolf form, moving through the winter forest in comfortable silence. Riven set an easy pace, careful not to tax Veya's healing injuries. Every so often, he glanced back to make sure she was keeping up, and Veya found herself watching the powerful grace of his movements, the way he navigated the terrain with effortless confidence. He was nothing like Darius. Where her rejected mate had been all cold calculation and political maneuvering, Riven was real, honest, present in a way that made Veya feel seen instead of assessed. The mate bond pulsed weakly in her chest, a reminder that somewhere out there, Darius existed. But the pain felt distant now, muffled by distance and time, and the simple comfort of Riven's presence. Maybe healing was possible after all. They reached Silvercrest's border just as the sun climbed toward its peak. Riven stopped at the invisible line marked by scent and territory, his massive black form still as stone. "This is where we part," he said through their mental link. "Go straight south from here. You'll hit the main pack grounds in about 2 miles. Veya didn't want to leave. The realization surprised her. 2 days ago, she'd been ready to let rogues tear her apart rather than face another moment of her broken life. Now, standing beside a rogue who'd shown her more kindness than her own pack, she wanted to stay. "The Oak Grove," she said. 5 miles north. Sunset. "I'll be there. Anytime you need me." Veya took a step toward Packlands, then stopped. She shifted quickly to human form, not caring about the cold or her nakedness, needing to say this with her own voice. "Riven." He shifted as well, turning to face her. In the daylight, the scars on his body were even more visible, a map of violence survived and pain endured. But his copper eyes were warm, steady, alive in a way that made her chest ache. "Thank you," Veya said, "for reminding me that not everyone in this world is cruel." Something shifted in Riven's expression. He crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides and pulled her into a fierce embrace. Veya stiffened in surprise, then melted into the contact. When was the last time someone had hugged her? Really hugged her, not a perfunctory pack greeting, but a real expression of care and connection? "You're going to be okay," Riven murmured against her hair. "It doesn't feel like it now, but you will be. I promise." Veya nodded against his chest, breathing in his scent one last time. Smoke and winter and wildness. Then she pulled away, shifted back to wolf form, and ran toward home without looking back. If she had, she would have seen Riven standing at the border for a long time, watching to make sure she made it safely before disappearing back into the wilderness. The pack was in chaos when Veya finally emerged from the forest. Search parties were organizing near the main compound, wolves shifting between forms as they prepared to spread out across the territory. Someone was shouting orders, someone else was crying, and the air was thick with anxiety and fear. Veya's heart sank. She'd hoped to slip back quietly, avoid the attention and questions. But apparently, her absence had been noticed more than she'd expected. "Veya!" Her aunt's voice cut through the noise. Mirren came running, her face streaked with tears, and pulled Veya into a crushing embrace the moment she shifted to human form. "Thank the moon goddess," Mirren sobbed. "Thank the goddess you're alive. I thought when you didn't come back from patrol when we found blood on the trail, I thought..." "I'm okay, Aunt Mirren. I'm okay." Veya returned the embrace, guilt twisting in her stomach. She'd been so focused on her own pain, she hadn't considered how her disappearance would affect the one person who truly loved her. "What happened?" Mirren pulled back, her healer's eyes immediately cataloging the fresh scars on Veya's shoulder and side. "These wounds, Veya, what attacked you?" "Rogues. 3 of them, along the northern border." "Not a lie. They caught me by surprise. I managed to escape, but I was hurt. I found shelter in a cave and stayed there until I was strong enough to travel." It was mostly the truth, just with one significant rogue-shaped omission. "Alone? You survived 2 days alone with injuries like that?" Mirren's voice held disbelief and pride in equal measure. "I know basic healing. You taught me well." Veya managed to smile. "The wounds look worse than they are. They're already closing. Still, we need to get you examined properly. Make sure there's no infection." Mirren wrapped an arm around Veya's waist, supporting her. "Come on, let's get you home and cleaned up before the Alpha." "Before the Alpha what?" Both women froze. Alpha Theron strode toward them, his silver-gray eyes sharp with suspicion and calculation. Behind him came Marcus, the head enforcer, and several other high-ranking wolves. "Alpha." Veya lowered her head respectfully, acutely aware that she was naked and vulnerable in front of the pack's leadership. "I apologize for causing concern. I was attacked during patrol and took shelter until I could return safely." Attacked by what? Theron's gaze raked over her wounds. Those look like wolf bites. Rogues. 3 of them. And you survived an attack by 3 rogues? A tracker with no combat training. The disbelief in his voice was obvious. Forgive me if I find that difficult to believe. Veya's stomach dropped. She'd known there would be questions, but the naked suspicion in Theron's eyes suggested he suspected more than just embellishment. I got lucky, she said carefully. I managed to wound one badly enough that they decided I wasn't worth the effort. Then I ran. Lucky indeed. Theron stepped closer, and Veya had to fight the urge to back away. Tell me, Veya, in these 2 days you were supposedly alone in a cave, did you encounter anyone else? Any other rogues, perhaps? Any assistants? The question was a trap. Veya could feel it closing around her.
No, Alpha.
I was alone. Interesting. Theron's smile didn't reach his eyes. Because we found tracks near where you claim to have been attacked. Large wolf, much bigger than average. The same tracks we've been seeing for months along our borders. A black rogue who seems to have made this territory his hunting ground. Ice flooded Veya's veins. They knew about Riven. Or, at least, they knew about a large black rogue in the area. I didn't see any other wolves, Veya said, keeping her voice steady through sheer force of will. Only the 3 who attacked me. And yet the tracks suggest this black rogue was at the attack site. Suggest he engaged the other rogues and drove them off. Theron's eyes narrowed. Almost as if he saved you. I don't know anything about that, Alpha. Don't you? He circled her slowly, predatory. Or are you protecting someone? A rogue, perhaps, who showed you kindness when your own mate rejected you. Who offered comfort when your pack offered only pity. How did he know? How could he possibly? I'm not protecting anyone, Veya said firmly. I told you what happened. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative. But I won't confess to things I didn't do just because you want a more interesting story. The boldness of her words surprised even her. But she was tired of being manipulated, threatened, treated like a pawn in games she didn't want to play. Theron's expression darkened. Careful, Veya. You're already on thin ice after the incident with the Iron Claw heir. I'd hate to see you make your situation worse by lying to your alpha. She's not lying. Every head turned. An older male wolf stood at the edge of the gathering, his graying muzzle and scarred flanks marking him as a veteran warrior. Veya recognized him. Gareth, one of the pack's senior trackers, semi-retired but still respected. I examined the attack site, Gareth continued, his voice gravelly with age. The evidence supports her story. 3 rogues, all showing signs of combat. One was badly wounded and left a blood trail heading east. The girl's scent was all over the area, along with her blood. If she says she fought them off and escaped, I see no reason to doubt her. Theron's jaw tightened. Being contradicted by a respected elder in front of the pack was a blow to his authority. What about the other tracks? The Black Rogue. Could have been there before the attack. Could have been there after. Could have had nothing to do with it at all. Gareth shrugged. Rogues pass through our territory all the time. Doesn't mean they interact with our wolves. It was a lifeline, and Veya grabbed it gratefully. Thank you, Gareth, for verifying what I already told the Alpha. Theron looked like he wanted to argue further, but with Gareth's testimony supporting Veya's story and the gathered pack watching, he had little choice but to accept it. Fine, he said coldly, but I want patrols doubled along the northern border. If there are rogues bold enough to attack our wolves, I want them found and dealt with. Understood, Marcus? Yes, Alpha. The enforcer's eyes flicked to Veya with something that might have been sympathy. As for you, Theron turned back to Veya, you're confined to the pack grounds for the next week. No patrols, no wandering. You'll heal under your aunt's care, and then we'll discuss whether you're fit to resume your duties. It was a punishment disguised as concern, a way to keep her under watch, to limit her movements, to remind her that he controlled every aspect of her life. Yes, Alpha, Veya said, because what else could she say? Theron nodded sharply and strode away, Marcus and the other wolves following. The gathered pack began to disperse, the excitement over now that the missing wolf had been found. Only Gareth remained, watching Veya with knowing eyes. "Thank you," Veya said quietly, "for supporting my story." "I didn't lie," Gareth replied. "The evidence does support what you said. Mostly."
He paused.
"But I've been tracking in these woods for 40 years, girl. I know the difference between a wolf passing through and a wolf protecting someone. That black rogue, he fought those ferals. Drive them off. And then he stayed in the area for almost 2 days." Veya's heart hammered. "I don't know what you're suggesting." "I'm not suggesting anything." Gareth's expression softened. "I'm just saying, if a rogue saved your life, if he showed you kindness and honor when your own pack showed you neither, then that's between you and him. Not my business. Not anyone's business." He turned to leave, then paused. "The Oak Grove," he said quietly. 5 miles north. It's on an old game trail, barely used anymore. Good place to go if you need solitude. Or if you need to meet someone without prying eyes." Then he was gone, leaving Veya staring after him in shock. He knew. Somehow, the old tracker knew everything. And he'd chosen to protect her secret. "Come on," Mirren said, her arms still around Veya's waist. "Let's get you home. You need rest and a proper meal. We can sort everything else out later." Veya let her aunt lead her away, but her mind was racing. Riven had saved her life, given her shelter, healing, and friendship. And now the pack was hunting him, doubling patrols, determined to find and deal with any rogues in the territory. She had to warn him, had to make sure he knew to stay away from Silvercrest's borders, at least until the search died down. But she was confined to pack grounds, under watch, unable to leave without drawing exactly the kind of attention that would endanger them both. The Oak Grove, Gareth had said. 5 miles north. Good for meeting someone without prying eyes. Veya would have to be patient, wait for her chance, and pray that Riven stays safe until she can reach him. A week passed in agonizing slowness. Veya healed under Mirren's watchful care, her wounds fading to thin white lines that would eventually disappear completely. The mate bond continued its slow death, each day bringing less pain, less awareness of Darius somewhere out in the world living his life without her. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt empty, not because of Darius. She was surprised to realize she barely thought about him anymore. His rejection still hurt, but it was a distant ache, like an old injury that only bothered her in cold weather. No, the emptiness came from being confined. From watching the forest through her window and knowing Riven was out there somewhere alone, possibly in danger because he'd chosen to help her. Mirren noticed, of course. "You're restless," her aunt observed one evening as they prepared dinner together. "More than usual." "I don't like being caged." "No one does." Mirren set down the knife she'd been using to chop vegetables. "But it's more than that, isn't it? You're worried about something. Or someone." Veya's hands still. "The rogue who saved you," Mirren continued quietly. "The one you're not supposed to have met. You're worried the patrols will find him." There was no point in lying. Mirren knew her too well. "Yes," Veya admitted. "He helped me, Aunt Mirren. Treated my wounds, gave me shelter, asked for nothing in return. And now the pack is hunting him like he's some kind of monster." "Is he?" Mirren asked. "A monster?" Veya thought of copper eyes and gentle hands, and a voice that promised safety. Of shared stories and unexpected laughter, and the first real connection she'd felt since the rejection. "No, he's just lost. Like me. Trying to survive a world that's been cruel to him." Mirren was quiet for a long moment. Then she moved to the window, looking out at the darkening forest. "Your confinement ends tomorrow," she said. "Theron will expect you back on patrol duty the day after. But tomorrow you'll be free to move around Packlands as you please." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if someone were to take a walk tomorrow evening, to stretch their legs after a week of confinement, and if that walk happened to take them north, toward an old oak grove." Mirren turned back, her eyes bright. "Well, who's to say that's anyone's business but their own?" Veya crossed the room and pulled her aunt into a fierce hug. "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't thank me. Just be careful. And Veya. Mirren pulled back, her expression serious. This rogue. Whatever is growing between you, be sure it's real. Not just gratitude or loneliness or a reaction to the pain of your rejection. You deserve real connection, real choice. Make sure that's what this is. I will, Veya promised. But as she lay in bed that night, watching moonlight paint patterns on the ceiling, Veya realized she already knew the truth. What she felt for Riven wasn't just gratitude or loneliness. It was the first genuine connection she'd made in her entire life. The first time someone had looked at her and seen value without calculating rank or bloodline or political advantage. He'd saved her life. But more than that, he'd reminded her that life was worth saving. And tomorrow, at sunset, she'd find him in the oak grove and tell him exactly that. Chapter 5. The day of her freedom crawled by with agonizing slowness. Veya woke before dawn, too restless to sleep, and spent the morning helping Mirren organize her herb stores. Sorting dried plants, grinding roots into powder, mixing salves, anything to keep her hands busy and her mind from counting the hours until sunset. You're going to wear a hole in the floor with all that pacing, Mirren observed around midday, watching Veya move back and forth across their small cottage like a caged animal. I'm not pacing. You've walked past that window 17 times in the last 10 minutes. Veya forced herself to sit down at the rough wooden table, her fingers drumming an anxious rhythm against the surface. What if he's not there? What if something happened? The patrols have been so aggressive this week. Then you'll try again tomorrow. And the day after. Until you find him. Mirren set a cup of calming tea in front of her niece.
Drink.
You're wound tighter than a bowstring. The tea helped, but only marginally. By the time the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Veya felt like she might vibrate out of her skin. Go, Mirren said, shooing her toward the door. You're useless here anyway. Just remember what I said, be careful, and be sure. Veya hugged her aunt quickly, grabbed a small pack she'd prepared earlier, and slipped out into the gathering dusk. The pack grounds were busy with wolves returning from daytime patrols, preparing for the evening meal, settling in for the night. No one paid particular attention to Veya as she walked casually toward the northern edge of territory. Just another wolf taking advantage of her restored freedom to stretch her legs. She didn't shift until she was well past the last den, hidden by trees and failing light. Then her wolf surged forward eagerly, and Veya let the transformation take her. Running felt like flying. Her paws barely touched the frozen ground as she raced north, following instinct and Gareth's cryptic directions. 5 miles. Old game trail. Trees wider than 3 wolves. The forest blurred past her. Veya pushed harder, faster, her heart pounding with something that felt dangerously close to joy. She was free. Actually free, for the first time in weeks. No alpha watching her every move, no pack expectations weighing on her shoulders, no dying mate bond dragging at her soul. Just her and the wild, and the promise of copper eyes waiting in an oak grove. The trees began to change as she ran. Younger pines gave way to older growth, and then suddenly she was there. The oak grove was exactly as Gareth had described. Ancient trees with massive trunks, their bare branches reaching toward the sky like gnarled fingers. The ground beneath them was clear of undergrowth, carpeted instead with decades of fallen leaves that rustled softly in the evening breeze. And standing in the center of the grove, backlit by the setting sun, was a massive black wolf. Riven.
He'd come.
He'd kept his promise. Relief and something warmer flooded through Veya. She slowed to a walk, suddenly uncertain. What was the protocol here? How did you greet a rogue who'd saved your life and then somehow become the only bright spot in your darkness? Riven made the decision for her. He crossed the distance between them in a few powerful strides and pressed his large head against hers, a gesture of greeting and affection that made Veya's breath catch. You came, his mental voice rumbled through their connection, warm with genuine pleasure. I wasn't sure you would. I heard the patrols have been intensive. I had to warn you. Veya pulled back enough to meet his copper eyes. They're looking for a black rogue. Theron thinks you attacked me or worse. He's doubled the border patrols, authorized hunters to use force if they encounter you. I know. Riven's tone was calm, unconcerned. I've been watching from a distance, staying well clear of their patrol routes. You've been watching? Something warm bloomed in Veya's chest.
Why?
A pause. Then, quietly, I needed to make sure you made it back safely. That your pack accepted your story. That you were okay. You've been here all week? Risking discovery just to check on me? Not all week. Just most of it. If wolves could look sheepish, Riven managed it. I told myself I'd leave once I knew you were safe. But then I'd see you through the window, looking so confined. And I couldn't quite make myself go. Veya didn't know what to say to that. Didn't know how to process the fact that a rogue she'd known for less than a week had been watching over her like a guardian shadow, while her own pack treated her like a problem to be contained. Shift with me, she said finally.
Please.
I need to talk to you properly. They shifted together, the transformation leaving them both human and naked in the darkening grove. Veya had brought clothes in her pack, but suddenly modesty seemed ridiculous. They'd already spent 2 days together in far more vulnerable circumstances. You shouldn't have stayed, Veya said, even as her heart sang at the fact that he had. It's too dangerous. If the patrols find you, they won't. Riven's confidence was absolute. I've been evading pack wolves for 4 years. I know how to stay invisible. But why risk it at all? You barely know me. Don't I? Riven moved closer, his copper eyes intense in the fading light. I know you're strong enough to survive 3 rogue attacks and still find the courage to walk back into a pack that treats you like a burden. I know you're kind enough to protect a rogue's identity even when it would have been easier to tell the truth. I know you laugh at terrible jokes and you know every healing herb in this forest, and you have a terrible habit of chewing your lip when you're thinking too hard. Veya's hand flew to her mouth, surprised to find she was, in fact, chewing her lip. How do you know that? I pay attention. He said it simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You're interesting, Veya. Worth paying attention to. Something in Veya's chest cracked open. Not the mate bond. That was still dying its slow death. Barely a whisper now. This was something else. Something new and fragile, and entirely her own choice. I think about you, she admitted. More than I should. When I'm supposed to be focused on healing or pack duties or pretending everything's fine, my mind keeps circling back to you. To our conversations. To the way you looked at me like I actually mattered. You do matter. Riven's voice was fierce. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. My mate did. He looked at me and decided I was worthless. Then he's a fool. And you're better off without him. Veya laughed, the sound brittle. That's what everyone keeps telling me. But it doesn't make the bond die any faster. It's still there, still pulling at me, still reminding me that somewhere out in the world is a male who is supposed to love me and couldn't even manage basic kindness. How is it? Riven asked quietly. The bond. Is it getting better? Quieter. Weaker. Some days I barely feel it at all. Other days it flares up for no reason, like a phantom limb that won't stop aching. Veya wrapped her arms around herself against the growing cold. The healers say it'll take another year, maybe more, before it's completely gone. Until then, I'm just stuck. Tied to someone who wants nothing to do with me. Riven was silent for a moment. Then he moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, lending his warmth. I wish I could make it stop, he murmured against her hair. I wish I could take that pain away. You already have. Veya leaned back into his embrace, marveling at how natural it felt.
How right?
Every moment I spend with you, the bond matters a little less. You make me feel seen, valued, like I'm more than just a rejected mate wallowing in self-pity. You are so much more than that. Riven's arms tightened. You're brave and clever and kind. You survived something that would have broken most wolves. And you're still here, still fighting, still choosing to live instead of just existing. That takes a strength most people will never understand. Veya turned in his arms, needing to see his face. In the twilight, with shadows playing across his scarred features, he looked almost otherworldly. Beautiful and dangerous and utterly sincere. Why are you so good to me? She whispered. I'm nobody. A low-ranking she-wolf from a mediocre pack with a rejected mate bond and no future. What could you possibly want from me? Want from you? Riven's laugh was soft and a little bit sad. Veya, I don't want anything from you. I like being around you. You make me feel less alone. Less like I'm just drifting through the world waiting for something to end me. For the first time in 4 years, when I think about tomorrow, I look forward to it. Because maybe tomorrow I'll see you again. The confession hung between them, vulnerable and honest and terrifying in its simplicity. Veya's heart hammered against her ribs. This was dangerous. Getting attached to a rogue, developing feelings for someone she could never have a future with, it was asking for more pain, more loss, more heartbreak. But maybe, whispered a small voice in her head, maybe pain was worth it if it came with genuine connection. Real choice. Actual feelings instead of a bond forced on her by fate. I look forward to seeing you too, Veya admitted. More than I should. More than is probably wise. Wisdom is overrated. Riven's hand came up to cup her face, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. I spent 4 years being wise. Be careful. Avoiding connection because connection meant risk and pain and possible loss. And you know what I learned? What? That avoiding pain doesn't mean avoiding suffering. It just means suffering alone. His copper eyes searched hers. I don't want to suffer alone anymore, Veya. And I don't think you do either. He was right. She was so tired of being alone. Of pretending she was fine when she was breaking. Of smiling through the pity and the whispers and the constant reminder that she hadn't been good enough for the mate the moon goddess chose for her. I'm still broken, Veya said. The bond, the rejection. I'm not whole, Riven. I don't know if I'll ever be whole again. Neither am I. His smile was crooked, self-deprecating. I'm a rogue with a dead mate and more scars than sense. We're both broken, Veya. But maybe we could be broken together. Maybe that's enough. It should have sounded sad. Defeatist. Two damaged wolves settled for each other because they couldn't have what they really wanted. But it didn't sound like that at all. It sounded like hope. I don't know how this works, Veya whispered. You're rogue. I'm packed. We can't. There's no future here. Nothing but stolen moments and constant risk, and then we'll take the stolen moments. Riven's voice was firm, certain. We'll be careful and smart, and we'll take whatever time we can get. And maybe it won't be forever. Maybe it can't be. But right now, at this moment, I'm choosing you. And I'm asking, are you choosing me back? The question hung in the air between them, weighted with possibility. This was her choice. Not the moon goddesses. Not fate. Not some cosmic plan that decided her worth based on rank and bloodline and political value. Just her. Choosing connection over isolation. Choosing risk over safety. Choosing Riven. Yes, Veya breathed. I'm choosing you. Riven's smile was like a sunrise breaking over frozen ground. He leaned down slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle, tentative. Nothing like the overwhelming pull of a mate bond. This was softer, sweeter, entirely their own. And somehow, that made it more powerful than any destiny could have been. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Veya felt something shift inside her chest. The mate bond was still there, still dying its slow death. But beside it, something new had taken root. Something warm and golden and entirely hers. Hope. Connection. Choice. I should go, Veya said reluctantly, even as everything in her wanted to stay. If I'm gone too long, Mirren will worry. And I can't risk drawing attention. I know. Riven pressed his forehead to hers. That gesture, she was coming to treasure. When can you come back? 2 days? I'm supposed to resume patrol duty tomorrow. I can volunteer for the northern routes, claiming I want to check the area where I was attacked. Meet you here at sunset. I'll be here. He kissed her again, quick and fierce. Be careful, Veya. Your alpha already suspects something. Don't give him reason to investigate further. I won't. And you stay away from the patrols.
Please.
I can't. Her voice caught. I can't lose you.
Not now.
You won't. Riven's voice was a promise. I've survived 4 years as a rogue. I'm not going to get careless now that I actually have something worth being careful for. They dressed quickly, both reluctant to end the moment, but knowing they had to. Veya shifted first and Riven followed, his massive black wolf form somehow reassuring in its solid presence. 2 days, Veya said through their mental link. 2 days later, Riven agreed. I'll count every hour. They touched noses once more, a wolf's kiss, and then Veya forced herself to turn and run back toward Packlands. She didn't look back. If she did, she'd never leave. The next 2 days were torture. Veya threw herself into patrol duty with an enthusiasm that surprised her packmates. She volunteered for extra shifts, mapped new trails, checked boundary markers with obsessive attention to detail, all while carefully, subtly, establishing a pattern of running the northern routes. You're practically living out here, commented Senna, a younger she-wolf who often ran patrols with Veya. Not that I'm complaining. Better you than me. These northern routes are creepy. Too close to rogue territory. Someone has to do them, Veya said mildly. Might as well be me. What she didn't say was that every patrol was an excuse to get closer to the Oak Grove. To learn the terrain, identify the best routes, figure out where pack patrols overlapped and where blind spots existed. If she was going to keep seeing Riven, she needed to be smart about it. The mate bond continued its slow fade. By the second day, it was barely a whisper, just a faint awareness of Darius somewhere far away, living his life without her. She wondered if he felt it too. If he noticed the connection weakening. If he cared at all. Probably not. And surprisingly, that thought didn't hurt as much as it once had. On the evening of the second day, Veya finished her assigned patrol and casually mentioned to Senna that she wanted to do one more sweep of the northern boundary before heading back. Alone? Are you crazy? That's where you were attacked last week.
Exactly.
I want to make sure the rogues haven't come back. Veya kept her tone light, unconcerned. I'll be quick. Just a fast run to check for fresh tracks. Senna looked uncertain. I should come with you. You've been running all day. Go home, get dinner. I'll be fine. Veya forced a smile. Besides, what are the odds of getting attacked twice in the same spot? It was weak reasoning, but Senna was tired enough to accept it. She nodded and headed back toward the main pack grounds, leaving Veya alone.
Free.
Veya waited until Senna was out of sight, then shifted and ran north. Faster than she'd ever run before, her heart soaring with anticipation. The Oak Grove appeared like a promise kept. And there, waiting in the center just as he'd sworn he would be, was Riven. They collided more than met, shifting mid-run, catching each other in a tangle of limbs and laughter and relief. You came, Riven breathed, his arms tight around her. Did you doubt I would? Every second of the last 2 days. He pulled back enough to look at her face, his copper eyes searching. I kept thinking you'd realize this was insane, that you'd come to your senses and stay away. This might be insane, Veya admitted, but I'm tired of being sensible. Tired of doing what I'm supposed to do instead of what I want to do. And what do you want to do? Veya answered by pulling him down into a kiss. This one was less gentle, more urgent, fueled by 2 days of anticipation and the heady freedom of choice and the simple joy of being with someone who wanted her exactly as she was. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Riven laughed. I've been thinking, he said. Dangerous.
Hush.
He pulled her down to sit among the fallen leaves, keeping her tucked against his side. I've been thinking about us.
About this.
And I know we said stolen moments, no promises, nothing permanent. But Veya, what if it could be more? Veya's heart stuttered. What do you mean? Come with me. The words came out in a rush, like he'd been holding them back and couldn't anymore. Leave your pack. Become rogue. We could travel together, find somewhere remote where no pack would bother us, build a life that's ours instead of theirs. For one wild moment, Veya let herself imagine it. Freedom from Theron's manipulation and the pack's pity. Freedom from patrol duties and political maneuvering and the constant weight of expectations she'd never asked for. Just her and Riven, alone against the world, building something real and true and entirely their own. But reality crashed back quickly. "I can't," she whispered. "My aunt. She's all the family I have left. And she's not young, Riven. She needs me. I can't just abandon her. She could come with us. If she wanted. She won't. This pack is her home. She's lived here for over 30 years. I couldn't ask her to leave everything behind just because Veya trailed off. Just because you what? Just because I'm falling in love with a rogue I barely know. The confession came out small and scared and brutally honest. Riven went very still. Say that again. I'm falling in love with you. Veya forced herself to meet his eyes. I know it's fast. I know it's probably just a reaction to the rejection or loneliness or... It's not. Riven's voice was rough with emotion. And I know because I'm falling in love with you too. Have been since you looked at me in that cave with blood all over you, and still managed to be more worried about whether I was okay than about your own injuries. That's not. It is. He cupped her face between his hands. You're brave and kind and so damn stubborn, and you make me want to be better than I am. Make me want to try again, to build something instead of just drifting. I don't care if it's fast or impractical or completely insane. I love you, Veya, and I need you to know that before we figure out the rest. Tears burned in Veya's eyes. Happy tears this time, not grief or pain but pure, overwhelming joy. I love you too, she whispered. Even though it's complicated. Even though I don't know how we make this work. We'll figure it out. Riven kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her lips. We'll be careful and smart, and we'll take it one day at a time. You stay with your pack. Take care of your aunt. I'll stay close enough to meet you, but far enough to avoid the patrols. And we'll have this, whatever this is, for as long as we can. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. Wasn't the mate bond destiny, or the happily ever after songs promised. But it was real. It was theirs. And somehow, that made it more precious than any fate-ordained connection could have been. They spent the next hour talking, making plans, setting up a system of signals, a specific hull pattern Veya could use if she needed him urgently, markers she could leave at the grove to indicate when she'd be able to return. I wish we had more time, Veya said as the moon climbed higher, signaling that she needed to get back before her absence became suspicious. We will. Riven pulled her close one more time. Tomorrow. The day after. Every moment we can steal. I'm not going anywhere, Veya. You're stuck with me now. Good. She kissed him fiercely. Because I'm not letting you go. They shifted together and ran to the edge of the grove. There, Riven stopped, his massive black form outlined against the moonlight. Be safe, he said through their link. And Veya, thank you. For what? For choosing me. For giving me a reason to keep fighting. Always, Veya promised. I'll always choose you. Then she ran back toward Packlands, her heart lighter than it had been in weeks. Behind her, Riven watched until she disappeared from sight, his copper eyes glowing in the darkness. Two broken wolves, finding healing in each other. It wasn't destiny. It was better. It was a choice. Chapter 6. 3 weeks of stolen moments. 3 weeks of meeting Riven at the Oak Grove whenever Veya could slip away without arousing suspicion. 3 weeks of falling deeper in love with a male who saw her, valued her, chose her every single day. 3 weeks of living a double life. By day, Veya was the dutiful pack tracker. She ran her patrols, checked her routes, reported to Alpha Theron with perfect deference. She helped Mirren with healing work, attended pack gatherings, and smiled through the lingering pity in other wolves' eyes. By night, whenever she could manage it, she became someone else entirely. Not a rejected mate or a low-ranking wolf or a problem to be managed. Just Veya, loved and wanted and free. The mate bond with Darius had faded to almost nothing now. Just the faintest whisper of awareness, like a scar that had healed but left a mark. Some days she forgot it existed entirely, too caught up in the warmth of what she'd built with Riven to remember the cold rejection that had nearly destroyed her. "You're glowing," Mirren observed one evening as they prepared dinner together. "I haven't seen you this happy ever, actually." Veya couldn't stop the smile that bloomed across her face. "I'm just feeling better. The bond is almost gone. I can finally breathe again." Her aunt's tone was knowing. "And I'm sure this newfound happiness has nothing to do with the fact that you've been taking evening walks almost every other day for the past 3 weeks." Heat flooded Veya's cheeks. "I don't know what you're." "Don't lie to me, little one. I'm old, not blind." Mirren set down her knife and turned to face Veya fully. "You're seeing him, aren't you? The rogue who saved you." There was no point in denying it. Mirren had always been able to read her too well. "Yes," Veya admitted quietly. "I know it's dangerous. I know I should stay away. But Aunt Mirren, he makes me happy. Actually happy, not just pretending. And I can't give that up. Not yet." Mirren was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she sighed and pulled Veya into a gentle embrace. "I'm not going to lecture you about safety or propriety or all the reasons this is a terrible idea. You're a grown wolf, capable of making your own choices." She pulled back, her eyes serious. "But I need you to understand the risk. If anyone finds out, he'll use it against you. Against both of you. I know. We're careful. We only meet in places where the patrols don't go, and I make sure no one follows me. It's not just about patrols." Mirren's voice held a warning. "Theron has been watching you more closely since you returned from your attack. He doesn't trust you, and if he suspects you're involved with a rogue." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. Exile. Or worse. "What should I do?" Veya asked, hating how small her voice sounded. "Just give up the one good thing in my life because my alpha might get suspicious?"
No.
Mirren's expression softened. "I'm saying be smarter. Vary your patterns. Don't meet in the same place every time. And for the love of the moon goddess, don't let yourself get complacent." Veya nodded, absorbing the advice. Mirren was right. She and Riven had fallen into a comfortable routine, meeting at the Oak Grove every other evening. It was predictable. Dangerous. They needed to be more careful. "Thank you," Veya whispered, "for understanding. For not trying to stop me. I learned a long time ago that you can't stop someone from loving who they love." Mirren's smile was sad, touched with old grief. All you can do is help them survive it. That night, when Veya met Riven at the Grove, she told him about Mirren's warning. They sat together beneath the ancient oaks, Veya curled against Riven's side, his arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. The winter air was biting, but his warmth kept the cold at bay. "Your aunt is right," Riven said after a long silence. "We've gotten too comfortable. Too predictable. I know. But I don't want to stop seeing you. I don't want that either." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "So we adapt. Change locations. Vary the timing. I'll scout new meeting places, areas where pack patrols don't overlap, where we'd have warning if anyone approached. And I'll be more random about when I come. Space it out more. Make it look less like a pattern." "We can make this work," Riven said firmly. "We just have to be smarter about it." Veya nodded, but unease twisted in her stomach. How long could they keep this up? How long before someone noticed, before Theron's suspicions crystallized into proof? "What are you thinking?" Riven asked, reading her tension in the stiffness of her shoulders. "That this can't last forever. Eventually something will go wrong. Someone will see us, or Theron will push too hard, or..." She trailed off, afraid to voice the worst possibility. "Or what? Or we'll have to choose. Between each other and everything else in our lives." Riven was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured. "Would that be so terrible? Choosing each other?" Veya pulled back to look at him. "You mean leave the pack? Become rogue with you?" "Yes." His copper eyes held hers. "I know you said you can't because of your aunt. But Veya, how much longer can you live like this? Hiding what you feel, pretending to be someone you're not, serving an alpha who treats you like a tool to be used and discarded when convenient. It's not that simple, isn't it? Riven's hand cupped her face. You're miserable there. I see it every time we part, the way your light dims when you head back toward Packlands. You're only truly yourself here, with me. Why keep sacrificing your happiness for wolves who've never appreciated you? Because they're my pack, Veya wanted to say. Because Mirren needs me. Because leaving means giving up the only home I've ever known. But the words stuck in her throat because part of her, a growing, insistent part, agreed with him. I can't make that decision right now, she said finally. Can we just table this discussion? For now. Disappointment flickered across Riven's face, but he nodded. Of course.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't push. You're not pushing. You're giving me options. And I love you for that. Veya kissed him softly. I just need time to think. Take all the time you need. He pulled her back against his chest, his arms tightening around her. I'm not going anywhere. They spent the rest of the evening in comfortable silence, wrapped in each other's warmth, postponing the hard decisions for another day. But as Veya ran back to Packlands later that night, Riven's question echoed in her mind. How much longer could she live like this? And more importantly, did she even want to? The next week brought unwelcome changes. Alpha Theron announced new patrol assignments during the evening gathering, his silver-gray eyes scanning the assembled wolves with cold calculation. We've had too many incidents along our borders recently, he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Rogue sightings, territorial incursions, evidence of organized activity where there should be none. It's time we took a more aggressive stance. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Veya's stomach dropped. Effective immediately, all border patrols will be doubled. Teams of 4 instead of 2, with mandatory check-ins every 2 hours. Any wolf found running solo patrols will face disciplinary action. Theron's gaze found Veya in the crowd and held. No exceptions. It was a cage disguised as protocol. A way to ensure no one could slip away unnoticed, no one could meet with rogues or engage in any activity Theron didn't approve of. Additionally, Theron continued, we'll be implementing a new rotation system. No wolf will run the same route more than once per week. This will prevent complacency and ensure fresh eyes on all territories. More murmurs, these ones tinged with annoyance. Wolves were creatures of habit. They liked their familiar routes, their established patterns. But what Theron wanted, Theron got. Marcus will distribute the new assignments after this meeting. Study them carefully. Any questions? Silence. No one dared question the Alpha's decisions publicly.
Good.
Dismissed. The gathering broke apart, wolves clustering in small groups to complain about the changes. Veya stood frozen, her mind racing. No solo patrols. Mandatory partners. Rotating routes. She wouldn't be able to meet Riven. Not without taking dangerous risks that could expose them both. Quite the crackdown, isn't it? Veya turned to find Gareth beside her, the old tracker's expression knowing. It's thorough, she managed. That's one word for it. Gareth's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Someone's been talking, spreading rumors about a certain she-wolf and a certain black rogue. Theron's trying to cut off any opportunity for unsanctioned meetings. Ice flooded Veya's veins. Who's been talking? Does it matter? Rumors spread like wildfire in a pack this size. Someone saw you heading north too often. Someone else noticed you seemed happier. Put them together, and wolves start wondering. Gareth's eyes held sympathy. Be very careful, child. Theron is looking for an excuse. Don't give him one. The old tracker walked away, leaving Veya standing alone in the emptying clearing. This was bad. Worse than bad. If Theron was actively trying to prevent her from meeting Riven, if he suspected enough to implement these changes, she needed to warn him. Tonight. Before the new patrols started tomorrow. But getting away would be nearly impossible. Mirren would notice if she left right after the gathering. Other wolves would see her heading north again. Unless. Veya made her way to Mirren's cottage, her mind working furiously. Her aunt looked up from the herbs she was sorting, took one look at Veya's face, and set down her mortar. What happened? New patrol protocols. No solo runs, mandatory partners, rotating routes. Veya's words came out in a rush. Theron knows. Or suspects. And he's making sure I can't slip away anymore. Mirren's expression hardened. That manipulative bastard. I need to warn Riven. Tonight. But I can't just leave without everyone noticing. Yes, you can. Mirren moved to her medicinal cabinet, pulling out a small vial of dark liquid. Drink this. It'll make you violently ill for about an hour. Vomiting, fever, the works. I'll make a show of treating you, keeping you quarantined. And while everyone thinks you're too sick to move, I slip out the back. Veya stared at her aunt in amazement. You do that? Lie to the pack. Risk your own position.
You're my family, Veya.
My only family. Mirren's voice was fierce. I won't watch Theron destroy your happiness the way Corvin destroyed mine. Now drink. We don't have much time. Veya drank the potion without hesitation. Within minutes, her stomach cramped violently. She barely made it to the bucket Mirren had thoughtfully positioned before she was retching. Perfect, Mirren said with grim satisfaction. Now we make this convincing. Mirren's performance was worthy of a stage. She burst from the cottage shouting for help, claiming Veya had eaten something spoiled and was dangerously ill. Several wolves came running, including Marcus, who took one look at Veya's pale, sweating face and ordered everyone to keep their distance. Could be contagious, Mirren said seriously. I'll need to keep her isolated until I determine the cause. No visitors. Keep us informed of her condition, Marcus ordered, already backing away. Nobody wanted to risk catching whatever had Veya in such obvious distress. Once they were alone again, Mirren helped Veya to the back room and opened the window. You have maybe 2 hours before this wears off, and someone might check on you.
Go.
Find your rogue. Warn him. Thank you, Veya whispered, already shifting despite the nausea still rolling through her stomach. For everything. Just come back safely. And Veya. Mirren's expression was serious. Think about what Riven offered. Really think about it. Because I don't think Theron is going to give you much more time. Veya nodded and jumped through the window, her wolf form landing silently in the darkness beyond. She ran through the night, pushing past the lingering weakness from the potion, desperate to reach the oak grove. Riven might not be there, they hadn't planned to meet tonight, but she had to try. The grove was empty when she arrived. Veya paced anxiously, her wolf form agitated. She couldn't howl, couldn't risk drawing patrol attention. All she could do was wait and hope. 20 agonizing minutes passed. Then 30. Finally, she heard movement in the trees. Riven burst into the grove, his massive black form tense with alarm. Veya? What's wrong? You weren't supposed to come tonight. New patrol protocols, she interrupted, shifting quickly to human form. The cold bit at her bare skin, but she ignored it. Theron's implementing mandatory partners, rotating routes. No more solo patrols. He's trying to make sure we can't meet. Riven shifted as well, his expression darkening as he processed the information. He suspects. More than suspects. Gareth warned me. Said someone's been spreading rumors. Theron's looking for proof. Then we stop meeting. For a while, at least. Until things cool down.
No.
The word burst out before Veya could stop it. I can't. Riven, I can't go back to living like I was before. Pretending. Going through the motions. Dying slowly inside while everyone watches and does nothing. Veya. I want to leave. The decision crystallized even as she spoke it. I want to leave the pack. Become rogue with you. I know it's dangerous and difficult, and I'm probably insane, but I don't care. I choose you. I choose us. I choose freedom over this cage they've built around me. Riven stared at her, shock and hope and fear warring in his copper eyes. What about your aunt? You said. I'll talk to her. Explain. She'll understand. She already told me to really think about your offer. Veya moved closer, taking his hands. I have thought about it, and I know what I want. I want you. I want a life where I don't have to hide or apologize or diminish myself to make others comfortable. I want to be free, Riven. With you. Are you sure? His voice was rough with emotion. Once you leave, there's no going back. You'll be rogue. No pack protection. No safe territory. Just me and whatever we can build together. I'm sure. And she was. For the first time in her life, Veya was absolutely certain of her choice. When can we leave? Tomorrow night. I'll need time to gather supplies, scout a safe route. Riven pulled her into his arms, holding her so tight she could barely breathe. You're really choosing this. Choosing me. Always. Veya pulled back enough to kiss him. I love you. That's the only certainty I need. They spent the next hour planning. Riven would prepare everything they'd need for the journey: food, supplies, safe places to shelter. Veya would say goodbye to Mirren, gather what little she owned, and slip away during the chaos of the evening patrol change. Where will we go?
Veya asked. North.
Far beyond pack territories. There are places in the deep wilderness where rogues have formed loose communities. Not packs exactly, but groups of wolves who've chosen exile. We could find a place there. Build a life. It sounded perfect. Terrifying and uncertain, and absolutely perfect. Tomorrow night, Veya confirmed. At the northern border. Where you first found me. I'll be there. Riven kissed her fiercely. I promise. No matter what happens, I'll be there. They parted reluctantly, both knowing this was the last time they'd meet in secret. The next time they saw each other, Veya would be free. Or she'd be caught, exiled, possibly killed for betraying her pack. But even that risk couldn't dampen the joy singing through her veins. She was choosing her own path. Finally, truly choosing. And whatever came next, she'd face it with Riven beside her. Veya made it back to Mirren's cottage just as the potion was wearing off. She slipped through the window and collapsed onto her bed, exhausted but exhilarated. Mirren appeared moments later, concerned about creasing her features.
Well,
I'm leaving tomorrow night. Becoming rogue. With Riven. Veya sat up, meeting her aunt's eyes. I know you said to think about it, and I have. This is what I want. Mirren was silent for a long moment. Then she sat beside Veya on the bed and took her hand. I won't lie and say I'm not worried. Rogue life is hard. Dangerous. You'll face challenges you can't imagine. She squeezed Veya's hand. But I also see how alive you are when you talk about him. How free. And I refuse to be the reason you stay in a cage. You're not upset? Heartbroken that you're leaving, yes. Upset with your choice, no. Mirren's smile was sad but genuine. I want you to be happy, little one. Truly happy. And if that means running off with a rogue who loves you more than your fated mate ever could, then run. Run fast and don't look back. Veya threw her arms around her aunt, tears streaming down her face. I love you. Thank you for understanding. I love you too. Now let's talk logistics. You'll need supplies, and we should come up with a cover story for why you're suddenly missing. They spent the rest of the night planning. By the time dawn broke, Veya had a pack full of carefully selected supplies, a plausible story about getting called away to help a distant relative, and a heart full of determination. Tomorrow night, her life would change forever. And she couldn't wait. Chapter 7. The day passed in agonizing slowness. Veya went through the motions of her new patrol assignment, running with 3 other wolves along the eastern boundary. She memorized their routes, noted their rhythms, calculated exactly when and where she could slip away unnoticed. Her packmates chatted easily as they ran, complaining about the new protocols, gossiping about pack politics. Veya contributed just enough to avoid suspicion, laughing at the right moments, nodding along with their observations. Inside, her heart raced with anticipation and fear. By tonight, she'd be gone.
Free.
With Riven. Or she'd be caught, and everything would fall apart. You're quiet today, observed Kale, a male tracker about her age. His amber eyes held friendly concern. Still feeling sick from last night? A bit, Veya lied smoothly. The stomach thing really took it out of me. Maybe you should have taken another day to recover. These new patrol schedules are brutal enough without being under the weather. I'll be fine. Veya forced a smile. Just need to push through. They finished the patrol without incident. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, wolves gathered for the evening meal. Veya ate mechanically, tasting nothing, her eyes constantly tracking to the forest beyond. Somewhere out there, Riven was preparing for their escape, gathering supplies, scouting routes, making sure everything was ready. Veya. She nearly jumped at Marcus's voice. The head enforcer stood behind her, his expression unreadable. The Alpha wants to see you. Now. Ice flooded Veya's veins. Of all the timing, of course. She stood, abandoning her half-eaten meal. Do you know what this is about? He didn't say. But something in Marcus's tone suggested he had suspicions. They walked to Theron's den in tense silence. Veya's mind raced through possibilities. Did someone see her last night? Had Theron discovered her plan somehow? The Alpha sat behind his massive desk, his silver-gray eyes cold as winter frost. Two other wolves stood with him. Ceres, the Ironclaw Beta who'd witnessed Veya signing away her mate's claim, and a male Veya didn't recognize. This was bad. Sit, Theron ordered. Veya sat, her hands clenched in her lap to hide their trembling. I'll be direct, Theron said. Rumors have reached me. Disturbing rumors about your activities over the past few weeks. What rumors, Alpha? That you've been meeting with a rogue. The same black rogue we've been trying to track for months. That you've been sneaking away from Packlands to engage in unsanctioned relationships. There it was. Out in the open. Veya forced herself to meet his gaze steadily. That's not true. Isn't it? Theron leaned forward. You expect me to believe you've been taking all those evening walks alone? That you have no connection to the rogue who conveniently saved your life? I told you before, I never saw who saved me. I was barely conscious. Lies. The word cracked like a whip. Gareth found evidence at the cave site. Evidence of prolonged occupation by two wolves. Your scent and another. A male.
Damn.
Gareth had protected her before, but apparently, he'd also documented everything. Insurance, maybe, or simply due diligence. I don't know what you want me to say, Veya said quietly. You've already decided I'm guilty. Oh, I know you're guilty. Theron's smile was cruel. The question is what to do about it. You see, Ceres here brought some interesting news from Ironclaw. The beta stepped forward, her expression professionally neutral but her eyes holding something that might have been pity. Darius Haldren has chosen a mate, Sarah said. A she-wolf from the Stonepaw Pack. The bonding ceremony will take place in 2 weeks. Alpha Haldren wanted to ensure there would be no complications from Silvercrest. They meant Veya. Wanted to make sure she wouldn't show up, wouldn't make a scene, wouldn't embarrass their precious future beta by reminding everyone he'd rejected his true mate. I signed a document releasing any claim, Veya said flatly. What more do you want? Assurance that you won't attend the ceremony. That you won't attempt contact with Darius or his chosen mate. That you'll behave yourself like a proper rejected wolf should. Theron's voice dripped with disdain. I have no intention of attending anything in Ironclaw territory.
Good.
Because if you did, if you caused any problems whatsoever, it would reflect very poorly on Silvercrest. And I can't have that. Theron stood, moving around his desk with predatory grace. Which brings us to your other indiscretion. This rogue you've been consorting with. I haven't. Don't insult my intelligence. His dominance rolled over her in waves, forcing submission. I know you've been meeting someone. The question is whether you'll tell me who voluntarily, or whether I'll need to extract the information. Veya's jaw clenched. She wouldn't betray Riven, no matter what Theron threatened. There's no one, she said through gritted teeth. Theron studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded to the unknown male, who stepped forward holding a small vial. This, Theron said conversationally, is a truth serum. Quite effective, I'm told. Makes it very difficult to lie. Would you like to take it voluntarily, or shall we force it down your throat? Horror crashed through Veya. She'd heard of such things, potions that could compel honesty, break down mental defenses. If they forced her to drink it, she'd tell them everything. About Riven, their meetings, their plans to escape. She'd doom them both. You can't, she whispered. It's barbaric. Illegal. Nothing is illegal when an alpha is protecting his pack. Theron's smile was cold. Now, one last time. Who have you been meeting? Veya's mind raced desperately. She could fight, try to escape, but Marcus and the other male would subdue her easily. She could drink the serum and hope her will was strong enough to resist, but she doubted it. Or she could. The door burst open. Mirren stood in the entrance, her face flushed with exertion, her healer's bag clutched in one hand. Alpha, I must object to this proceeding. Using truth serums on pack members without proper medical supervision is dangerous. The dosage must be carefully calculated based on body weight, health status. This is not your concern, healer, Theron said coldly. It absolutely is my concern. I'm responsible for the health and safety of every wolf in this pack, including my niece. Mirren's voice held steel Veya had never heard before. If you insist on using that serum, I demand to be present to monitor her condition. Otherwise, I'll file a formal complaint with the Council of Alphas citing medical malpractice and endangerment. The threat hung in the air. The Council was the governing body that mediated disputes between packs. They had the power to investigate alpha misconduct, levy sanctions, even remove leaders who overstepped their authority. Theron's expression darkened with rage. You would threaten your own alpha? I would protect my patient, as is my right and my duty. Mirren didn't back down. So either I stay and supervise, or you abandon this barbaric method and find another way to get your answers. For a long, tense moment, it could have gone either way. Then Theron waved a dismissive hand.
Fine.
You may stay, but if you interfere, I'll only interfere if her life is in danger. Mirren moved to stand beside Veya, her presence a solid comfort. Proceed. The unknown male approached with the vial. Veya met Mirren's eyes, seeing the desperate apology there, the helpless rage. Her aunt had tried, but she couldn't stop this. Veya took the vial with shaking hands and drank. The effect was immediate. Warmth spread through her body, followed by a strange floating sensation, as if her mind was separating from her body. Her thoughts grew fuzzy, her carefully constructed defenses crumbling like sand. Now, Theron's voice came from very far away. Who have you been meeting? Veya's mouth opened. The truth tried to claw its way out. Riven. His name is Riven. A black wolf with copper eyes who saved my life and made me feel loved for the first time in my existence. The words formed on her tongue, ready to spill out. But before they could, Mirren moved. Her aunt's hand clamped over Veya's mouth, and simultaneously, she jabbed something into Veya's arm. A needle, Veya realized distantly. Another potion, injected directly into her bloodstream. What are you doing? Theron roared. Counteracting an overdose, Mirren said calmly, even as Marcus grabbed her arm. Your dosage was too high. She was going into shock. I had to stabilize her. It was a lie. Veya could feel the truth serum being neutralized, her mind clearing, her defenses slamming back into place. Whatever Mirren had injected was an antidote. You sabotaged the interrogation, Theron snarled. I saved my patient's life. If you'd let me calculate the proper dosage as I suggested. Get out. Theron's voice was deadly quiet. Get out of my den.
Now.
Mirren didn't move. Not without Veya.
She stays.
You go, or I'll have Marcus drag you out and strip you of your position as pack healer. Then do it. Mirren's voice was steady. Because I'm not leaving her alone with you. The standoff stretched. Then Theron made a sharp gesture, and Marcus hauled Mirren toward the door despite her struggles. If you hurt her, Mirren shouted, I'll do whatever is necessary to protect my pack, including from traitorous healers who've forgotten their place. The door slammed shut, cutting off Mirren's protests. Veya was alone with Theron, Saris, and the male with his truth potions. Well, Theron said softly, that was interesting. Your aunt just sacrificed everything to protect you. Her position, her reputation, possibly her place in this pack. I wonder if you're worth such loyalty. Veya said nothing. The antidote had cleared her head, but she was exhausted, terrified, and acutely aware of how bad this situation had become. We'll try this again, Theron continued. But this time, we'll make sure there are no interruptions. Take her to the holding cells. We'll continue this interrogation tomorrow, after she's had time to think about whether her rogue lover is worth sacrificing everything for. The holding cells. Underground chambers used for criminals and dangerous rogues. Once she was locked in there, escape would be nearly impossible. And Riven would be waiting at the northern border tonight, not knowing she couldn't come. Not knowing she'd been caught. Please, Veya said, the word tasting like ash. Don't do this. You brought this on yourself. Theron nodded to Marcus, who had returned. Lock her up. No visitors. No contact with anyone until I say otherwise. Marcus's grip was gentle but inescapable as he led Veya from the den. She didn't struggle. What would be the point? The holding cells were exactly as grim as she'd imagined. Stone walls, a dirt floor, and a heavy door with a small barred window. Marcus locked her inside without meeting her eyes. I'm sorry, he said quietly, for what it's worth. Then he was gone, and Veya was alone in the darkness. She sank to the cold floor, her mind reeling. Riven would wait for her tonight. When she didn't come, would he think she'd changed her mind? Would he try to find her, risking capture? Or would he realize what must have happened and run, saving himself? She hoped for the latter, even as her heart broke at the thought. Hours passed. The small window showed the light fading from the world above. Sunset came and went. Riven would be at the border now, waiting, watching for her. She'd failed him. Failed them both. Veya pressed her face against the cold stone wall and let the tears come. Above ground, the pack settled in for the night, unaware of the she-wolf locked beneath their feet. And in the forest, at the northern border, a massive black wolf waited as the moon climbed higher and higher, and the she-wolf he loved never appeared. Veya must have fallen asleep eventually, because she woke to the sound of the cell door opening. She scrambled to her feet, blinking in the sudden torchlight. But it wasn't Theron or Marcus. It was Gareth. The old tracker pressed a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. He held a ring of keys in one gnarled hand and wore an expression of grim determination. Quickly, he whispered. We don't have much time. What are you? Freeing you. What does it look like? Gareth moved aside, revealing the open door. Your rogue is still at the border. Been there since sunset, waiting. I couldn't let him wait alone. Shock rooted Veya in place. You're helping us? Why? Because I'm old and I've seen too many wolves waste their lives serving alphas who don't deserve their loyalty. Gareth's eyes were fierce. Because your aunt asked me to. And because I believe everyone deserves a chance at happiness, even if it means breaking a few rules. Theron will exile you for this. Strip your position. I'm retiring anyway. I already told him so last week. He can't punish an old wolf who's already leaving. Gareth grabbed her arm. Now move. I disabled the guard rotation, but you've got maybe 10 minutes before someone notices. Veya didn't waste time with more questions. She ran. Through the underground tunnels, up the hidden exit Gareth showed her. Out into the night. Her paws barely touched the ground as she shifted mid-stride and raced toward the northern border. Toward Riven. Toward freedom. The forest blurred past. Veya pushed harder than she ever had, desperation and hope driving her forward. And then she saw him. Riven, in his massive black wolf form, still waiting at the border. His copper eyes lit up when he spotted her, relief and joy flooding through their mental connection. You came. I thought. I was captured. Interrogated. Locked up. Veya skidded to a stop beside him, her sides heaving. We need to go.
Now.
Before they realize I'm gone. Riven didn't hesitate. Follow me. I know a route they won't expect. They ran together into the wilderness, leaving Silvercrest territory behind. Leaving the only home Veya had ever known. Behind them, alarms began to sound as the pack discovered her escape. But they were already gone. Two shadows disappearing into the deep forest.
Free at last.
Chapter 8. They ran through the night, without stopping. Riven led them on a twisting path through terrain that grew increasingly wild and treacherous. Dense underbrush gave way to rocky outcroppings, steep ravines, frozen streams that hid their scent. He moved with absolute confidence, clearly having scouted this route in preparation for their escape. Veya pushed herself to keep pace despite her exhaustion. Behind them, she could hear the distant howls of pursuit. Silvercrest wolves organized into hunting parties, tracking them with grim determination. Theron wouldn't let this go easily. She'd humiliated him, escaped his custody, proven that his control over the pack wasn't absolute. He'd hunt her to the ends of the earth if necessary, if only to make an example of what happened to wolves who defied him. How much further? Veya asked through their mental link, her wolf form beginning to flag. Another mile. There's a river ahead with strong current. We cross there. It'll break our scent trail. Riven glanced back, his copper eyes assessing her condition.
Can you make it?
I have to. That's my girl. The words sent warmth flooding through her despite everything. His girl. His choice. His mate in all the ways that mattered, even without a moon goddess-ordained bond. They burst through a line of trees and found themselves at the river's edge. The water rushed past, dark and swift, chunks of ice swirling in the current. The sight of it made Veya's exhausted wolf quail. It's freezing, she observed. I know. But it's our best chance of losing them. Riven moved to stand beside her.
Stay close to me.
I'll break the current. Just don't let go, no matter what. Before Veya could respond, he plunged into the icy water. She followed without hesitation, gasping at the shock of cold that stole her breath. The current immediately grabbed her, trying to pull her downstream. Riven's massive form blocked the worst of it, but she still had to fight for every stroke. They struggled across, the freezing water sapping their strength with terrifying speed. Veya's limbs grew heavy, her movements sluggish. Just a little further. Just a few more strokes. Her paw hit solid ground. Riven's teeth closed gently on her scruff, hauling her up the far bank. They collapsed together on the frozen mud, both shaking violently from cold and exhaustion. We can't stop here, Riven said, already forcing himself to his feet. Need to get somewhere warm before hypothermia sets in. Where? Cave system about half a mile east. Hidden, defensible. We'll be safe there. Veya pushed herself up on trembling legs and followed him inland. Every step was agony. Her wet fur was already starting to freeze, her muscles screaming for rest. But the howls behind them were getting closer. The hunters had reached the river. Riven found the cave entrance hidden behind a curtain of icicles and bare vines. Inside, the temperature was marginally warmer, protected from the wind. He immediately began gathering the supplies he'd stashed here earlier. Dry wood, flint for fire, thick furs. Shift, he ordered. We need human hands to start a fire. They shifted together, their naked human forms even more vulnerable to the cold. Veya's teeth chattered so hard, she could barely speak. Riven worked with desperate efficiency, his scarred hands steady despite their trembling. Within minutes, he had a small fire crackling to life. He wrapped Veya in the furs, then pressed his body against hers, sharing what warmth he could. The hunters will reach the river soon, Veya managed through chattering teeth. When they don't find our scent on the other side, they'll assume we went downstream, got swept away by the current. Riven's arms tightened around her. It's what I'd assumed. The water's fast enough, cold enough. Most wolves wouldn't survive crossing it. We almost didn't. Almost doesn't count. He pressed his lips to her frozen forehead. We made it. We're alive. We're together. That's all that matters. The fire grew stronger, heat beginning to penetrate the terrible cold. Feeling returned to Veya's extremities in painful pins and needles. Tell me what happened, Riven said quietly. How you ended up in those cells. Veya told him everything. Theron's interrogation, the truth serum, Mirren's desperate intervention, and subsequent banishment from the den. Gareth's unexpected rescue. Your aunt sacrificed her position for you, Riven said, something like awe in his voice. She did. Guilt twisted in Veya's stomach. And I just left her there to face Theron's wrath alone. She wanted you to leave. That's why she helped you, why she got Gareth involved. Riven pulled back enough to meet her eyes. Don't dishonor her choice by feeling guilty about accepting it. How can I not feel guilty? She gave up everything to give you a chance at happiness. That's what people who love you do, Veya. They sacrifice. They fight. They make impossible choices because your freedom matters more than their comfort. His copper eyes were intense. Now you honor that sacrifice by living. Really living, not just surviving.
Can you do that?
Veya thought about Mirren's fierce hug before the interrogation, the way her aunt had looked at her with such love and determination. Run, she'd said. Run fast and don't look back. Yes, Veya whispered. I can do that. Good. Riven kissed her, slow and deep and full of promise. Because we have a life to build. And I intend to make sure it's worth every risk we took to get here. They spent the rest of the night huddled together by the fire, warming up, recovering their strength. Outside, the hunt continued, but the howls grew more distant as the search moved downstream, just as Riven had predicted. By dawn, silence had fallen over the forest. We should move soon, Riven said as weak sunlight filtered through the cave entrance. Put more distance between us and Silvercrest territory before they widen the search. Where are we going exactly? Veya asked. You mentioned communities of rogues in the north. The Frostlands. 3 weeks travel from here, maybe more depending on weather and how often we need to hide. Riven began packing up their supplies with practiced efficiency. It's harsh territory, but free. No pack claims it because it's too remote, too difficult. Perfect for wolves who want to be left alone. And there are others like us there? Rogues, exiles, wolves who chose freedom over pack politics. Some live alone, some form small groups. It's not a pack exactly, no alpha, no hierarchy. Just wolves helping each other survive.
He paused.
It's not an easy life, Veya. I won't lie to you. Winters are brutal. Food can be scarce. And you'll be giving up everything you've ever known. I already gave that up when I chose you. Veya stood, wrapping herself in furs. Everything I left behind, it wasn't really mine anyway. It was what other wolves expected me to be. The life I'm building with you, that's actually mine. That matters more than comfort or safety or pack bonds. I never really fit into. Riven crossed the cave and pulled her into a fierce embrace. I love you. Have I mentioned that today? Not in the last few hours. Unforgivable oversight. He kissed her thoroughly. I love you, Veya. More than I thought I'd ever be capable of loving anyone again. You make me want to be better, braver, worthy of the choice you made. You're already worthy. Veya touched his scarred face gently. You saved me long before last night. You reminded me that I deserved more than scraps of affection from wolves who saw me as useful, but not valuable. You chose me when I'd been rejected and discarded. That's worth more than any mate bond. They shifted together and emerged from the cave into a world transformed by winter sunshine. The forest sparkled with ice and fresh snow, beautiful and deadly in equal measure. Ready? Riven asked. Veya looked back one last time in the direction of Silvercrest. Somewhere beyond the trees, Mirren was waking up in their cottage, facing whatever consequences Theron had devised. Gareth was probably being questioned about his role in the escape. She hoped they'd be okay. Prayed to the moon goddess she'd left behind that Theron's wrath would be more bark than bite. But she couldn't go back. Couldn't sacrifice her freedom for their safety, no matter how much she loved them. Ready, she confirmed, turning to face north. Toward the unknown. Toward the Frostlands and whatever life awaited them there. They ran. The first week was the hardest. They traveled mostly at night, avoiding areas where pack patrols might venture. During the day, they rested in whatever shelter they could find, caves, hollow trees, dense thickets of evergreen that hid them from sight. Food was scarce. Riven was an expert hunter, but winter had driven most prey deep into hiding. They survived on rabbits, the occasional winter bird, and once, a deer that Riven brought down with impressive skill. Veya learned quickly how to track in snow without leaving obvious prints, how to identify which frozen streams were safe to cross and which would crack under their weight, how to read the wind for signs of approaching weather. She also learned about Riven's past in fragments, stories shared during long nights huddled together for warmth. His pack had been called Shadowfen, located in a marshy region far to the east. He'd been a warrior, respected and feared, destined for a position of leadership. Then he'd met Thessa. She was a healer, like your aunt, Riven said one night as they watched the stars through a gap in the trees above their shelter. Gentle with everyone except me. With me, she was fierce. Called me out when I was being arrogant, challenged my assumptions, made me laugh when I was too serious. She sounds wonderful. She was. The grief in his voice was still raw, even after 4 years. We had 2 years together. Just 2 years. And then the hunters came, and I watched her die, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. Veya pressed closer, offering silent comfort. I went a little mad after that, Riven continued. Hunted the humans who killed her. Found them. Made sure they understood exactly what they'd taken from me. His voice went cold. The pack was horrified. Said I'd violated the treaty between wolves and humans, that I'd brought shame to Shadowfen by acting like a feral beast. They wanted me to stand trial, possibly face execution for my crimes. So you ran. So I ran. He laughed bitterly. Became exactly what they accused me of being. A rogue. An outcast. For 4 years I wandered, avoiding packs, trusting no one, just existing. Until I found you bleeding in the snow, and something in me woke up again. I'm glad you found me, Veya whispered.
So am I.
You gave me a reason to stop wandering. To start actually living again, instead of just waiting to die. He turned to look at her, his copper eyes reflecting starlight. I know this isn't the life you imagined. I know it's hard and dangerous and uncertain. It's perfect, Veya interrupted. Because it's ours. No alpha dictating our choices. No pack expectations. Just us, building something real. Even if that something is a life of constant travel and questionable shelter? Even then. Riven kissed her, and for a moment, the cold and the danger and the uncertainty faded. There was only this connection, choice, love. They made love that night under the stars, their bodies twining together with desperate tenderness. Not a mate bond compelling them, but genuine desire, freely given. Afterward, wrapped in furs and each other's arms, Veya felt more whole than she ever had with the bond pulling at her. This was what love was supposed to be. A choice made every day, not a cosmic obligation. By the second week, they'd left all known pack territories behind. The landscape changed dramatically. Gentler forests gave way to harsh, rocky terrain. The temperature dropped even further. Snow fell almost constantly, covering their tracks, but also making travel treacherous. They saw other rogues occasionally, lone wolves watching from a distance, wary but not hostile. Riven taught Veya the signals that meant passing through peacefully versus stay away from my territory. Most rogues just want to be left alone, he explained. As long as you respect their space and don't steal their kills, they won't bother you. What about the ones who aren't reasonable? We avoid them. Or we fight if we have to. His tone suggested fighting was something he'd prefer to avoid but wouldn't hesitate to do if necessary. They encountered one such unreasonable rogue on the 13th day. Veya and Riven were crossing a narrow mountain pass when a scarred gray wolf appeared on the ridge above them. His eyes held the wild, half-mad gleam of a wolf who'd been alone too long, who'd lost the parts of himself that made him civilized. Leave, the wolf snarled through a ragged mental connection. This is my territory. No others allowed. We're just passing through, Riven responded calmly, positioning himself between Veya and the threat. We'll be gone by sunset. No trouble. All trespassers bring trouble. The gray wolf began descending toward them, his movements erratic. The only way to stay safe is to eliminate threats. You understand. It wasn't a question. This wolf had clearly decided they were enemies, and no amount of reasoning would change his fractured mind. Riven ordered Veya. Back the way we came. Don't stop until you reach the cave we passed this morning. I'm not leaving you. Yes, you are. His mental voice was absolute. This isn't a negotiation.
Go. Now.
The gray wolf lunged. Riven met him midair, the two massive forms colliding with brutal force. Veya hesitated, torn between obeying and staying to help.
Go.
Riven's roar echoed through the mental link.
Veya ran.
She hated herself for it, hated leaving him to fight alone. But she'd only be a liability in a real fight. Her tracking skills meant nothing against a feral rogue determined to kill. She made it back to the cave and shifted, pacing anxiously. Minutes crawled by like hours. Finally, she heard approaching footsteps. Riven stumbled into the cave in human form, bleeding from multiple wounds, but alive. You're okay? Veya breathed, rushing to him. Mostly. He winced as she examined his injuries. The other wolf is dead. Had to kill him. He wouldn't stop fighting. Guilt and relief warred in Veya's chest. I should have stayed. Helped you. You did help by staying safe. That's all I needed. Riven cupped her face. Promise me something. If we encounter more danger like that, you'll run. You won't try to be brave and get yourself killed because you think you need to prove something. I can't promise to always run. Veya. She saw the fear beneath his stern expression. The terror that he might lose her the way he'd lost Thessa. Okay, she whispered. I promise. But you have to promise the same. No unnecessary risks. No heroic sacrifices. We survive together. Together, he agreed. Veya treated his wounds with the herbs she'd learned to identify, working in silence. The encounter had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. This was the reality of rogue life. Danger could appear anywhere, anytime. There was no pack to call for help, no enforcers to protect them. They had only each other. That night, as Riven slept fitfully beside her, Veya made a decision. She needed to learn to fight. Really fight, not just the basic self-defense all pack wolves learned. If she was going to survive in this world, if she was going to be a true partner to Riven instead of a burden he had to protect, she needed to be stronger. Tomorrow, she'd ask him to teach her. For now, she'd stand watch, making sure no other threats crept up on them in the darkness. The Frostlands were still 2 weeks away. And suddenly, that felt like a very long, very dangerous journey. Chapter 9. Again. Veya lunged, teeth bared, going for the opening Riven had deliberately left in his defense. She was faster this time, more confident, and still ended up flat on her back with Riven's jaws around her throat in a mock kill. He released her immediately, stepping back. Better. You're learning to read feints. But you're still telegraphing your attacks. I can see them coming from a mile away. Veya shifted to human form, breathing hard. How am I supposed to not telegraph? I have to move to attack. You move from your shoulders. Start from your haunches instead. Lower, more explosive. Like this. Riven demonstrated in human form first, then shifted and showed her the wolf equivalent. They'd been training for 5 days now, ever since the encounter with the feral rogue. Every morning, Riven put Veya through grueling drills, teaching her to fight properly, to defend herself, to kill if necessary. She was covered in bruises, exhausted, and more determined than ever. Your problem, Riven said as they took a brief rest, is that you're still thinking like prey. Tracking prey, avoiding conflict. You need to think like a predator. I am a predator. I'm a wolf. You're a wolf who's spent her whole life being told she's weak and helpless. That's not the same thing. He moved closer, his copper eyes intense. You have good instincts, Veya. Fast reflexes. You just need to trust them instead of second-guessing every move. Easy for you to say. You've been training since you were young. And you'll catch up faster than you think. You're motivated, and that counts for more than natural talent. Riven tilted her chin up. Why are you doing this? Really doing this? Because I need to be able to protect myself. Protect us. That's part of it. What's the rest? Veya was quiet for a moment, searching for the truth beneath her surface motivations. Because my whole life, I've been the wolf others overlooked. The one who wasn't strong enough, wasn't good enough. And I'm tired of being that wolf. I want to be someone I can respect. You're already someone I respect. Riven's voice was gentle. You survived rejection, escaped from pack custody, crossed a freezing river in the dead of winter. You're one of the strongest wolves I know. I don't feel strong. Strength isn't about never being afraid or hurt. It's about choosing to keep going despite the fear and pain. He kissed her softly. But I understand wanting to feel it in your own body, to know you can defend yourself. So we'll keep training until you do. They resumed the drills. By the time the sun reached its peak, Veya had managed to land 3 successful counterattacks and even knocked Riven off balance once. Progress, he said with satisfaction. Tomorrow we'll work on fighting multiple opponents. Multiple. Veya groaned. I can barely handle you. Which is why we practice now, when the stakes are low, rather than waiting for real danger. Riven began gathering their scattered supplies. Come on. We need to cover more ground today. The weather's turning. He was right. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, promising another storm. They shifted and ran north, eating up the miles with ground-devouring strides. The landscape had become almost alien. Towering rock formations jutted from the snow, like the bones of ancient giants. Trees were sparse here, twisted and stunted by the harsh conditions. The wind cut like knives, carrying the scent of ice and isolation. We're close, Riven said as they paused on a high ridge. 2 more days, maybe 3. You can already see the difference in terrain. The Frostlands are even more barren than this. And wolves actually choose to live there? Wolves who value freedom more than comfort. He glanced at her. Having second thoughts?
No.
Just adjusting my expectations. They found shelter that night in a cave system far more extensive than any they'd used before. Riven led them deep into the tunnels, past chambers that showed evidence of previous occupation, old fire pits, bones from past meals, scratches on the walls marking territory or tallying days. Rogueway Station, Riven explained. Neutral ground where wolves can rest without fear of attack. There are a few scattered throughout the wilderness. The unspoken rule is you don't fight here. Anyone who breaks that rule gets hunted by every other rogue in the region. How do you know about these places?
For years of wandering.
You learn where it's safe to sleep, where to avoid, which rogues are reasonable and which are territorial nightmares. He began building a fire from wood stacked neatly in one corner. The rogue network isn't organized exactly, but there's a kind of system. Information spreads through chance meetings, markers left on trees, howls that carry messages. Veya settled beside the growing flames, fascinated. I never knew any of this existed. Pack wolves don't. They're taught that rogues are mindless, violent, barely more than ferals. Makes it easier to justify hunting us, driving us out of territories, treating us like we're less than wolves just because we don't submit to an alpha. Bitterness crept into his voice. Truth is, most rogues are just wolves who couldn't or wouldn't fit into the pack hierarchy. We're not monsters. We're free. Free but alone. Usually yes, though the Frostlands are different. Like I said, there's a community there. Not a pack, but something closer than the usual rogue isolation. What made you decide to go there? Why not before I came along? Riven was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire. Because I didn't have a reason before. After Thessa died, I didn't want community or connection. I wanted to be alone with my grief. The Frostlands would have felt like giving up, like admitting I was ready to try again when I wasn't. And now I have you. Now I want to build something instead of just surviving day to day. The Frostlands will give us that chance. He pulled her close. We can claim territory, build a proper den. Maybe even find other wolves we actually like enough to call friends. It's not the life you would have had as a pack wolf, but it could be good. If we make it good. We will, Veya said with certainty. Together, we can make it work. They spent that night wrapped in each other's warmth, the fire crackling, the cave protecting them from the storm that raged outside. Veya dreamed of a den built with her own hands, a territory that belonged to no alpha but her and Riven. Of hunting together under northern lights, of building something real and permanent. of freedom that tasted like home. The next day brought a complication. They'd been running for several hours when Riven suddenly stopped, his massive head lifting to scent the wind. His mental voice, when it came, was tense. We're being followed. Veya's heart jumped. Silvercrest hunters?
No.
Sense wrong. Not pack wolves. He turned in a slow circle, copper eyes scanning the rocky terrain.
Rogues.
Multiple wolves. They've been tracking us for at least a mile, staying downwind. Should we run? Too late. They've already surrounded us. As if on cue, wolves began emerging from behind rocks and from snow-covered hollows. 5 of them, all scarred and weathered by hard living. But their eyes held intelligence, not the madness of ferals. The largest, a gray male with one tattered ear, shifted to human form. The others remained wolves, watchful, but not immediately aggressive. Interesting, the gray male said, his voice rough from disuse. A bonded pair of rogues. Don't see that often. Riven shifted as well, positioning himself protectively in front of Veya. We're just passing through. No trouble intended. That's what they all say. The male's eyes flicked to Veya, still in wolf form. She can shift, or are you doing all the talking? Veya shifted, very aware of her nakedness and vulnerability. 5 against 2 were terrible odds, even if Riven was an exceptional fighter. We're heading to the Frostlands, she said, keeping her voice steady. We used the way station last night. Follow all the protocols. I know. We track everyone who uses that cave. The male's expression was unreadable. The question is whether you're who you appear to be, or whether you're something else. Something else like what? Riven's voice had an edge.
Scouts.
Spies for pack alphas, looking to expand into rogue territories. It's happened before. Wolves pretending to be rogues, gathering information, then leading hunting parties back to slaughter us in our sleep. The accusation hung in the cold air. Veya felt anger flare, hot and unexpected. We're not spies, she said firmly. I left my pack 3 weeks ago. Escaped from holding cells because my alpha wanted to force me to betray the male I love. We're rogues because we chose freedom over pack politics. That's the truth. The gray male studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed. You've got fire, little wolf. I like that. He gestured to his companions, who relaxed slightly. Name's Kale. These are my traveling partners. We're headed to the Frostlands too, coincidentally. Safety and numbers and all that. You want us to travel together? Riven's suspicion was obvious. I'm offering. You can refuse, but the last stretch to the Frostlands is the most dangerous. There's a pack of ferals that hunts the passes. They've killed more lone rogues than I can count. 6 wolves have better odds than 2. Veya exchanged a glance with Riven. He was thinking the same thing she was. This could be a trap. Or it could be genuine help. What's in it for you? Riven asked bluntly. Like I said, safety in numbers. Also, if you really are fresh rogues who just escaped pack life, you'll have information about current pack movements, politics, territorial claims. That's valuable to those of us trying to avoid running into patrol routes. Kale's grin was sharp. We help each other. That's how rogues survive. It was a risk, but everything about this life was a risk. We travel together until the Frostlands, Riven said carefully. Then we go our separate ways. No obligations beyond that. Fair enough. Kale shifted back to wolf form, and his companions did the same. This could be a mistake, Veya said through the mental link she shared only with Riven.
Could be.
But he's right about the ferals. I've heard stories about that pack. We'd be safer with numbers. They fell in with Kale's group, maintaining a careful distance. The other rogues were professional, efficient, clearly experienced at traveling together despite not being a formal pack. Over the next 2 days, Veya learned their stories in fragments. Kale had been exiled from his pack for challenging a corrupt alpha. The female with the silver-tipped fur, named Shale, had lost her mate to hunters and couldn't bear to stay where everything reminded her of him. The youngest, a russet male called Finn, had simply never fit the pack hierarchy, too independent, too questioning. They were all broken in different ways, carrying different scars. But they'd found a way to survive together, without submitting to pack structure. The Frostlands aren't paradise, Shale warned one evening as they shared a kill. It's hard living. Brutal winters, scarce prey, constant threat from ferals who've gone completely mad from isolation. So, why go there? Veya asked. Because it's ours. No pack can claim it, no alpha can rule it. We make our own rules, solve our own problems. That's worth more than comfort. Shale's eyes held fierce pride. In the Frostlands, you're only as strong as your choices. No bloodline, no rank, no political games. Just survival and freedom. It sounded terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. On the third day of traveling together, they encountered the ferals. The attack came without warning. One moment they were crossing a narrow pass between two cliffs. The next they were surrounded by snarling wolves whose eyes held nothing but madness and hunger. 8 of them, more than even their combined group, could handle easily. Defensive formation. Kale's mental voice cracked through the chaos. Protect the weaker fighters. Veya found herself in the center of a circle, Riven on one side, Shale on the other. The rogues moved with practiced coordination, each protecting the other's flanks. The ferals attacked in a frenzy, all gnashing teeth and wild, uncoordinated strikes. But what they lacked in strategy, they made up for in sheer vicious determination. Veya remembered Riven's training. Think like a predator. Trust your instincts. When a feral broke through the defensive line and lunged at her, she didn't freeze or panic. She dodged left, using the momentum to rake her claws across its exposed flank, then followed up with a bite to its hind leg that sent it limping away. First blood. First real fight. And she'd survived it. Around her, the battle raged. Riven fought like a demon, his massive form a blur of black fur and copper fury. Kale and his group matched him, their teamwork compensating for individual weakness. Slowly and possibly, they drove the ferals back. The mad wolves retreated finally, realizing this prey was too costly to take down. They disappeared into the rocks, leaving 2 of their pack dead and the rest bleeding. Is everyone alive? Kale called out. A chorus of affirmatives, though everyone bore injuries. Veya had deep scratches across her shoulder and a bite on her leg, but she'd survived. More than survived, she'd fought. Well, Kale said, something like respect in his mental voice. You 2 definitely aren't pack spies. No pampered pack wolf fights like that. Riven moved to Veya immediately, checking her wounds with gentle efficiency. You did good. Remember your training. I was terrified. So was everyone else. But you fought anyway. That's what matters. They treated their wounds and continued on, moving faster now. The feral pack might return with reinforcements. As the sun set that evening, they finally saw it. The Frostlands. A vast expanse of snow-covered tundra stretching to the horizon, broken only by the occasional rock formation or cluster of hardy vegetation. It looked barren, inhospitable, impossibly lonely. It looked like freedom. Welcome home, Kale said quietly. Such as it is. They descended from the pass together, 6 rogues entering territory that belonged to no one and everyone. As they crossed into the Frostlands proper, Veya felt something shift inside her chest. The last whisper of the mate bond with Darius, that faint awareness that had lingered despite everything, finally went silent. The bond was dead. Completely, utterly dead. And, in its place, nothing but the choices she'd made. The love she'd chosen. The freedom she'd fought for. Riven felt it too. He looked at her with those copper eyes, and she saw understanding there. It's really over, she said. Yes. The moon goddess's claim on you is gone. You're completely free. Free to build whatever life she wanted. Free to love who she chose. Free to become whoever she decided to be. The Frostlands spread before them, harsh and beautiful and entirely theirs. Veya howled, the sound echoing across the tundra. A declaration of freedom, of survival, of new beginnings. Riven joined her, his deeper voice harmonizing with hers. And one by one, The other rogues added their voices, until the Frostlands rang with the sound of wolves who'd chosen themselves over pack law. It was the most beautiful thing Veya had ever heard. Chapter 10. The Frostlands were both better and worse than Veya had imagined. Better because there was an actual community here, not a pack in the traditional sense, but a loose network of rogues who'd claimed territories and established an understanding. They helped each other during harsh weather, shared information about prey movements, and gathered occasionally for what Kale called councils, informal meetings where disputes were settled and news was exchanged. Worse because the land itself was unforgiving in ways Silvercrest's forests had never been. The cold was bone-deep and constant. Prey was scarce and wary. The wind never stopped, howling across the tundra with a voice that sounded like wolves crying. But it was theirs. Kale led them to a section of the Frostlands that held a cluster of dens carved into a rocky hillside. About 20 rogues lived here in a loose confederation, each with their own territory, but close enough to provide mutual support. "You'll want to claim a den quickly," Kale advised as they approached. "The good ones go fast, and you don't want to be stuck building from scratch in the middle of winter." "How does claiming work?"
Veya asked.
"You find an unclaimed den, mark it with your scent, and defend it if anyone challenges. Simple as that." He gestured to the hillside. "Those 3 on the eastern edge are empty. The previous occupants died last winter. Hunting accident. You could take one of those." The dens were rough but serviceable. Natural caves that had been expanded and improved over years of occupation. The largest had a main chamber big enough to stand in human form, a smaller sleeping alcove, and even a crude ventilation system that would allow for fire without filling the space with smoke. "This one," Riven said decisively, exploring the space. "It's defensible, has good sight lines, and that alcove will hold heat well." Veya walked through what would be their first real home together. The walls were bare stone, the floor dirt and rock. It smelled of earth and previous occupants and absolutely nothing like the comfortable cottage she'd shared with Mirren. It was perfect. "We'll need to gather supplies," she said, already planning. "Furs for warmth, stores of food for when hunting is impossible, herbs for healing. And weapons," Riven added. "Real weapons, not just claws and teeth. The rogues here know how to forge metal, make spears and knives. We'll need to learn." They spent the rest of that day marking their territory and meeting their new neighbors. The closest den belonged to an older female named Kira, a former pack healer who'd been exiled for refusing to let her alpha son die from a preventable illness. She took one look at Veya and immediately declared them friends. "Finally, another wolf who knows healing," Kira said with satisfaction. "I've been the only one in this section for 3 years. The idiots here think every injury can be solved by walking it off." "I'm not formally trained," Veya warned. "Just what my aunt taught me. That's more than anyone else here has. Come, I'll show you which plants grow in this frozen hellscape and which ones are actually useful." Riven watched Veya disappear with Kira toward a section of hardy vegetation that somehow survived the brutal climate, a small smile on his face. "She's adapting well," Kale observed, appearing beside him. "Better than most fresh rogues. She's stronger than she knows." "You love her." "Not a question. More than I thought I could love anything again." Kale was quiet for a moment. "The bond between you, it's not a mate bond, is it?" "I can't sense it."
"No."
Her mate rejected her. "I lost mine to hunters. What we have is choice, not destiny." Riven's voice held fierce pride. "Better, in my opinion." "Agreed. Mate bonds are overrated. They trap you into connections you might not want with wolves you might not even like." Kale's expression darkened. "My mate and I, we were bonded, but we despised each other. Spent years locked in a relationship neither of us wanted because the moon goddess decided we belonged together. When she finally died in childbirth, I felt nothing but relief. That's when I knew I had to leave." It was the most personal thing Kale had shared since they'd met. Riven recognized the offering for what it was: trust, the beginning of actual friendship. "The Frostlands are full of wolves with stories like ours," Kale continued. "Broken bonds, rejected mates, loves that never should have been. We're all here, because we chose freedom over fate's plan. Makes for a more honest community than any pack I've known. Over the next week, Veya and Riven threw themselves into establishing their den and their place in the community. Riven learned metallurgy from a grizzled male named Torvin, who'd been a weaponsmith before being exiled for refusing to make instruments of torture for his alpha. Together, they forged a set of hunting spears with tips sharp enough to pierce thick hide. Veya worked with Kira, learning which tundra plants had medicinal properties and how to preserve them for winter. She also continued her combat training with Riven every morning, her skills improving with each session. Slowly, painfully, they built a life. It wasn't easy. The first time Veya tried to hunt alone and came back empty-handed after 6 hours in freezing wind, she'd cried from frustration. The first time Riven's old wounds from the feral attack reopened during heavy labor, forcing him to bed for 3 days, she'd felt helpless rage at not being able to heal him faster. But they learned. They adapted. They survived. And somewhere along the way, surviving became living. One evening, as they sat together in their den watching the fire Riven had built, Veya realized she was happy. Actually, genuinely happy for the first time in her life. "What are you thinking?" Riven asked, pulling her closer. "That I never want to go back. To pack life. To rules and hierarchies and alphas who see wolves as tools to be used." She looked around their modest den, at the furs they'd hunted and cured themselves, the herbs hanging from the ceiling to dry, the weapons they'd forged. "This is harder than anything I've ever done. But it's ours. We built it. That matters more than comfort ever could. No regrets." "About leaving Silvercrest?"
None.
"About Mirren?" Veya's throat tightened. "I miss her every day. Wonder if she's okay, if Theron punished her for helping me escape. But I know she'd want me here, living freely, rather than trapped in a gilded cage." "We could try to send word," Riven suggested. "The rogue network reaches far. Messages can be passed if you're careful." Hope flared in Veya's chest. "Really? We could contact her. It would take time and involve risks. But yes, it's possible." He cupped her face gently. "If you want to let her know you're alive and well, we can arrange it." Veya kissed him fiercely. "Thank you. To understand how much she means to me. She's your family. Of course she matters." Riven's expression grew serious. "Though there's something I want to ask you. Something important." Veya's heart skipped. "What?" He shifted slightly, suddenly looking almost nervous. Riven, who faced down feral packs without flinching, was nervous. In pack culture, mates are chosen by the moon goddess. Bonds form, ceremonies happen, and that's that. But here, in the Frostlands, we don't follow pack customs. Rogues who choose to be together create their own commitments, their own promises. "Riven, what are you saying?" "I'm saying I want to commit to you. Formally, publicly, in whatever way rogues do such things." His copper eyes held hers intensely. "I want everyone in the Frostlands to know you're mine and I'm yours. Not because fate decided it, but because we chose it. Would you bond with me? The rogue way?" Tears burned in Veya's eyes.
Yes.
1,000 times yes. He pulled her into a kiss that tasted of joy and promise and new beginnings. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Riven was smiling wider than she'd ever seen. "I'll talk to Kale tomorrow. Find out what the ceremony involves, who needs to witness it." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I love you, Veya. My choice, my mate, my home. I love you too. Forever." They made love that night with a tenderness that stole Veya's breath. Not the desperate coupling of wolves fleeing danger, but the gentle claiming of partners who'd found safety in each other. Afterward, wrapped in furs and Riven's arms, Veya thought about the journey that had brought her here. Rejection, pain, escape, survival. Every terrible moment had led to this: freedom, love, home. The moon goddess's plan for her had been Darius, a mate who'd looked at her and seen only inadequacy. But Veya's plan for herself was Riven, a male who saw her strength, her worth, her potential. And her plan was so much better. The bonding ceremony took place 3 days later as the sun set over the Frostlands in a blaze of orange and gold. The rogues gathered in a natural amphitheater formed by rock formations, about 30 wolves in all. It was the largest gathering Veya had seen since arriving, and the sight of so many rogues standing together peacefully was oddly moving. Kale explained the tradition as they prepared. In packs, bonds are about bloodlines, alliances, political advantage. Here, we strip all that away. You make promises to each other, witnessed by the community, and those promises are binding as long as you both choose to honor them. What if one of us wants to leave? Veya asked. Then you leave. No one is trapped here, not by bonds or by law. Freedom is the foundation of everything we do. Kale's expression was serious. But these promises matter, Veya. Rogues who break them without cause are remembered. Not punished exactly, but remembered. It affects how others interact with you. I won't break my promises to Riven. I know. That's why we're all here to witness them. The ceremony itself was beautifully simple. Riven and Veya stood facing each other in the center of the amphitheater, both in human form despite the cold. Kale stood between them as witness, and the gathered rogues formed a circle around them. We gather tonight to witness a choosing. Kale's voice rang out across the tundra. 2 wolves, free of pack bonds, free of the moon goddess's decree, choosing to build a life together. Riven, what do you promise? Riven took Veya's hands, his copper eyes never leaving hers. I promise to stand beside you in all things. To hunt with you, fight beside you, build a home with you. I promise to value your freedom as much as my own, to never cage you with expectations or demands. I promise to love you not because fate ordained it, but because I choose it. Every day, for as long as we both want this, I choose you. Tears streamed down Veya's face. She squeezed his hands tighter. Veya, what do you promise? She took a shaky breath. I promise to be your partner in truth, not just in name. To share your burdens, celebrate your joys, face whatever comes with courage and honesty. I promise to never diminish myself to make you comfortable and to never ask you to be less than you are. I promise to love you fiercely, freely, without reservation. My choice, my mate, my home. Then by the laws of the Frostlands, by the witness of these rogues, you are bound to each other. Kale stepped back, not by fate, but by choice. May your choosing bring you joy. The gathered rogues howled, a chorus of voices that echoed across the frozen landscape. Veya and Riven shifted together and added their voices, their howls twining in harmony. This was their wedding. No ornate ceremony, no pack politics, no elaborate rituals. Just truth, witnessed by wolves who understood the value of freedom. It was perfect. Afterward, there was food, a communal hunt that had brought down a massive elk, more meat than they'd seen in weeks. There was laughter and storytelling, rogues sharing tales of their lives before and their hopes for the future. Kira pulled Veya aside at one point, her aged eyes warm. You've done well, young one. Built something real, in a very short time. I had good help. Good teachers. Still, not every wolf could have adapted like you did. Most pack wolves who come here either break within the first month or spend years clinging to the old ways, trying to recreate pack structure where it doesn't belong. Kira smiled. You embrace the change. That takes strength. I didn't have much choice. There's always a choice. You could have stayed in Silvercrest, accepted whatever life your alpha offered. You chose differently. That matters. As the celebration wound down and wolves returned to their dens, Riven found Veya standing alone, staring out at the vast expanse of tundra stretching endlessly under the stars. Regrets? He asked softly, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Not even one. She leaned back against his chest. I was just thinking about Mirren, wishing she could have been here to see this. We'll get that message to her. Let her know you're safe, happy, bonded to a rogue who loves you madly. Veya turned in his arms. Madly? Completely, irrationally, obsessively madly. He kissed her nose. You've ruined me for anyone else you know. If you ever leave, I'm doomed to spend the rest of my life pining dramatically. Good thing I'm not going anywhere then. They walked back to their den together, paw prints in the snow marking their path. Inside, the fire Riven had banked before the ceremony still glowed with warmth. "Welcome home, mate," Riven said as they settled into their sleeping furs.
Mate.
Not fated, not ordained by the moon goddess, but chosen. Freely given, freely received. "Welcome home," Veya echoed. She fell asleep that night with Riven's heartbeat steady beneath her ear, surrounded by the den they'd built with their own hands, part of a community that valued freedom over hierarchy. The mate bond with Darius was gone, nothing but a distant memory of pain she'd survived. And in its place was something infinitely better.
Love.
Real, chosen, unconditional love. The moon goddess might not have blessed this union, but Veya had blessed it herself.
And that was enough.
Chapter 11. Winter deepened its grip on the Frostlands. The temperatures plummeted to levels Veya had never experienced, cold so intense it burned to breathe. Snow fell almost daily, burying their den entrance and forcing them to dig out each morning. Hunting became nearly impossible as prey burrowed deep or migrated to warmer territories. But Veya and Riven had prepared well. Their den held stores of dried meat, preserved plants, and enough firewood to last through the worst of it. Other rogues weren't as fortunate. Torvin's stores were raided, Riven reported one morning, returning from an early patrol. Something got into his den while he was hunting, took half his winter supplies. Veya looked up from the healing salve she was mixing. Raiders? Or desperate rogues? Could be either. Or ferals driven to the dens by starvation. He shook snow from his dark hair. "Kale's calling a council tonight. We need to organize patrols, share resources with those who have lost supplies." The council met in Kira's larger den, one of the few spaces big enough to hold multiple wolves in human form. 15 rogues gathered, their faces grim in the firelight. "We've had 3 supply raids in the past week," Kale said without preamble. "Torvin, Shale, and the twins on the western edge. Someone or something is targeting dens systematically." "Could be the feral pack from the passes," suggested Finn. "They get desperate in the deep winter." Ferals don't raid systematically. They attack randomly, driven by hunger and madness. Kira's voice held certainty. "This feels organized. Planned. You think it's rogue? Wolves from our own community stealing from each other." The accusation came from a scarred male named Dre, his voice sharp with offense. "I think desperation makes wolves do things they wouldn't normally consider." Kira's tone was gentle but firm. "We need to face reality. Some of us didn't prepare adequately for winter. And rather than ask for help, they're taking what they need by stealth." Uncomfortable silence fell over the gathering. "So what do we do?" Veya asked. "We can't just let wolves starve. But we also can't allow theft to become acceptable. We share," Shale said quietly. "Those of us with surplus give to those without. Make the theft unnecessary." "And what happens next winter when the thieves know they'll be bailed out? When there's no consequence for failing to prepare?" Dre's objection was pragmatic but harsh. "We create dependence. Wolves who never learn to survive on their own. Or we create a community," Veya countered. "Wolves who know they're supported, who'll work harder next season because they're not isolated and desperate. The Frostlands work because we help each other. The moment we abandon that principle, we become no better than pack wolves hoarding resources while others starve." Riven touched her hand gently, pride clear in his copper eyes. "Veya's right," Kale said. "But so is Dre. We need a balance." He thought for a moment. "Here's what I propose. Those with surplus share with those in need, but it's not a gift. It's a loan. Come spring, the wolves who received help work to repay it through hunting, gathering labor. That way we maintain community support while teaching responsibility." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. "What about catching the actual thieves?" Torvin growled. "Someone violated my den. That deserves consequences." "Agreed. We set watches, rotate patrols around vulnerable dens. If we catch the raiders, we bring them before the community for judgment. Kale's voice held steel. The Frostlands have few rules, but respecting others' territory is one of them. Breaking that trust has consequences. The council continued late into the night, hammering out details of patrol schedules, resource sharing, and contingency plans if the situation worsened. By the time it ended, Veya's head spun with information and responsibility. "You spoke well tonight," Riven said as they walked back to their den through fresh snow. "Like a leader." "I'm not a leader. Just said what seemed right. Leadership isn't about rank or title. It's about wolves listening when you speak because your words hold truth and wisdom." He pulled her close. "The community respects you, Veya. That's earned, not given." The thought was both warming and terrifying. Veya had spent her entire life in Silvercrest being overlooked, dismissed as too low-ranking to matter. Here, in this harsh landscape with these broken rogues, she had a voice. She mattered. Over the next week, they implemented the council's decisions. Veya and Riven contributed half their dried meat stores to wolves in need, knowing it meant tighter rations for themselves. Others did the same, the community pulling together against the winter's cruelty. The raid stopped, but the raiders were never caught. Whoever had been stealing either decided the new patrol system made theft too risky, or they'd gotten what they needed from the community sharing. Either way, the crisis was averted. But the experience changed something in the Frostlands community. Wolves who'd previously kept to themselves began gathering more often, sharing meals, coordinating hunts. The loose confederation felt less loose, more like an actual society. "We're forming a pack," Kira observed one evening as she and Veya processed herbs together. "Not formally, not with an alpha and hierarchy, but the bonds are forming anyway." "Is that bad?" "Not necessarily. Wolves are social creatures. We need connection, community. The trick is maintaining it without falling into the patterns that made us leave our original packs." She paused. "The question is whether the Frostlands can sustain a true community without someone trying to claim power over it." It was a sobering thought. 2 weeks after the council, Veya's question about sending word to Mirren was finally answered. A rogue arrived at their den just after sunset, a lean female with fur the color of old snow. "You're Veya?" she asked without preamble.
Yes.
"Who are you?" "Name's Sola. I run messages through the rogue network. Heard you wanted to send a word to someone in the Silvercrest pack." Her tone was businesslike, professional. Hope surged through Veya.
Yes.
"My aunt, Mirren. She's the pack healer. Can you really get a message to her?" "I can get it to the border. From there, it's up to whether she has connections who'll pass it along." Sola settled onto her haunches. "Cost is 1 prime pelt or equivalent trade goods. And I'll need the message kept short. Easier to memorize, less chance of corruption as it passes through intermediaries." Veya looked at Riven, who nodded. They could spare a pelt. "What do I say?" Veya asked, suddenly overwhelmed. How did you compress weeks of experiences, a complete life transformation, into a message short enough to memorize? "Start with you're alive and well," Riven suggested gently. That's what she needs to know most. Veya nodded and thought carefully before speaking. "Tell Mirren, tell her Veya is alive and well in the north. That she found a home with good wolves, that she's bonded to the one who saved her, and that she's happier than she ever thought possible. Tell her I miss her every day, but I'm exactly where I need to be. And thank her for giving me the courage to choose freedom." Sola nodded, clearly committing the words to memory. "Anything else?" Ask her if she's safe. If Theron punished her for helping me?" "I can ask, but no guarantee she'll answer or that her answer will reach you." Sola stood. Messages flowing back are harder. She'd need to know to leave a word at specific locations, and there's no way to tell her that in this message. "I understand. Just try. Please." "I'll do my best." Sola accepted the pelt Riven offered, examined it with a critical eye, then nodded satisfaction. "Good quality. Fair trade. I'll head south at dawn. If all goes well, your message should reach Silvercrest within a month." After Sola left, Veya stood at the den entrance, staring south toward packed territories she'd never see again. "She'll know you're okay now," Riven said, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "That's something. It has to be enough. Because I can't go back." Veya leaned into his warmth. "Even if I wanted to, which I don't, Theron would kill me the moment I cross the border. Then we build our life here. Make it so full and good that going back never even crosses your mind." "It already doesn't." "Not really." She turned to face him. "This is home now. You, this den, this community. I chose it, and I'd choose it again 1,000 times over." They went inside and made love by firelight, the world beyond their den forgotten for a few precious hours. Outside, snow continued to fall, winter's grip unrelenting. But inside, wrapped in each other's arms, Veya felt only warmth. Spring came slowly to the Frostlands, announced first by subtle changes in the wind's direction, then by the gradual lengthening of days. The community emerged from their dens like bears from hibernation, blinking in the weak sunshine, assessing who'd survived the brutal winter and who hadn't. 2 dens stood empty. Their occupants had either died or left during the worst of the storms, and no one knew which. In the Frostlands, wolves disappeared sometimes. It was the nature of choosing absolute freedom. No one tracked you, no one questioned your decisions. But the vast majority had made it through, and spirits were high as the world began to thaw. "First hunt of spring," Kale announced, gathering wolves in the amphitheater. "We've spotted a herd of caribou moving north. If we coordinate, we can bring down enough meat to refill everyone's stores." 15 wolves volunteered for the hunt, Veya and Riven among them. They set out at dawn, moving across a tundra that was finally showing hints of green beneath the melting snow. The hunt was exhilarating. Working together with practiced coordination, the rogues drove the caribou herd toward a natural choke point, then struck with devastating efficiency. By the time the sun reached its peak, they'd brought down 3 large animals, more meat than any of them had seen in months. The butchering and distribution took hours, wolves working together to ensure everyone received a fair share. Veya found herself next to Shale, both of them processing meat while their mates handled the heavier work. "You've done well here," Shale observed. "Most fresh rogues don't adapt so quickly. It usually takes years to feel at home." "I had good teachers. And a good mate. That helps." Shale's expression grew distant. "My mate, the one who died, we never fit like you and Riven do. The bond forced us together, but we didn't really choose each other. I spent years resenting him, and he resented me right back." "I'm sorry." "Don't be." His death freed us both. He didn't have to pretend anymore, and neither did I. She smiled sadly. The mate bond is supposed to be this perfect, sacred thing. But sometimes it's just a cage with pretty bars. Veya thought about Darius, about the bond that had formed and died. "I used to think being rejected by my mate was the worst thing that could happen. Now I realize it was a gift. It freed me to choose something real." "Exactly." Shale's approval was warm. "You understand what most pack wolves never will. That choice matters more than fate." They finished their work in comfortable silence, then joined the others for an impromptu celebration. Spring had arrived, winter had survived, and the community was stronger for having weathered the hardship together. As the sun set and wolves began drifting back to their dens, a howl split the air from the southern edge of their territory. Every head turned. The howl came again, closer now. Not a threat call, but not entirely friendly either. "Unknown wolf approaching," Kale said, his body tensing. "Everyone stay alert." A figure appeared on the ridge, silhouetted against the sunset. Female by her build. Alone. She descended toward them slowly, clearly announcing her peaceful intentions. As she drew closer, Veya's breath caught. The wolf's fur was graying with age, her movements careful, but still graceful. And even from a distance, even after all these months, Veya would have recognized her anywhere. "Aunt Mirren?" The words came out as barely a whisper. The wolf shifted to human form, and there she was. Older, thinner, but unmistakably Mirren. "Hello, little one," her aunt said, her voice thick with emotion. I got your message. And I decided it was past time I saw this new life of yours for myself.
Veya ran.
She crossed the distance in seconds and threw herself into Miran's arms, both of them crying and laughing and holding on like they'd never let go. You're here, Veya sobbed. You actually came.
But how?
The journey, the dangers. I'm not completely helpless, you know. I was tracking these woods before you were born. Miran pulled back, cupping Veya's face. Let me look at you. Oh, sweetheart, you're so thin. Hasn't anyone been feeding you properly? Despite everything, Veya laughed. It's winter in the Frostlands, Aunt Miran. No one's fat here. Still. Miran's healer's eyes scanned Veya critically. But you're healthy, strong, and happy. I can see it in your eyes. You're actually happy. I am. Happier than I ever was in Silvercrest. Veya took her aunt's hand. Come meet everyone. Especially Riven. She led Miran to where Riven stood watching, his expression carefully neutral. Veya made the introductions, nervous despite herself. So you're the rogue who stole my niece away, Miran said, looking Riven up and down with a critical eye. I'm the rogue who gave her a choice, Riven replied evenly. She made her own decision to leave. Good answer. Miran's expression softened. And you love her? Truly. More than my own life. Then we'll get along fine. She turned back to Veya. Now, show me this den of yours. And someone needs to explain to me why there's no proper herb garden. Don't these wolves know anything about preparation? Veya laughed through fresh tears and led her aunt home. That night, sitting in their den with Miran and Riven, sharing the caribou meat and stories of all that had happened, Veya felt a completeness she'd never known. Her past and her present united. The wolf who'd raised her and the wolf who'd chosen her, together in the home she'd built. I can't stay long, Miran said eventually. Maybe a week, perhaps two. Theron doesn't know I left, and if he finds out, what happened after I escaped? Veya asked quietly. Did he punish you?
He tried.
Threatened exile. Threatened to strip my position. Miran's smile was fierce. But the pack needs a healer, and I'm the only one with my level of training. He backed down when I pointed out that punishing me would endanger every wolf in Silvercrest. And Gareth? Retired with full honors, just as he planned. Theron suspects he helped you, but he can't prove it. The old wolf is clever. Miran's expression grew serious. But Veya, you should know, Theron hasn't given up. He's told other alphas you're a rogue who seduced a pack wolf into abandoning his duties. He's building a narrative that makes you the villain. Anger flared hot in Veya's chest. Let him. His lies don't change the truth. No, but they could bring hunters. Other alphas looking to curry favor with Silvercrest by capturing or killing you. Miran reached for Veya's hand. Be careful. Watch your borders. Don't assume you're safe just because you're far from pack territories. We'll be vigilant, Riven promised. Thank you for the warning. They talked long into the night, Veya sharing stories of her journey, Miran filling in details about Silvercrest's politics and pack gossip. Eventually, exhaustion claimed them all. Veya lay awake after the others slept, listening to the soft breathing of the two wolves she loved most in the world. Miran's warning echoed in her mind. Hunters. Other alphas. Theron's vindictive lies spread through pack networks. She'd thought escaping meant freedom from pack politics. But apparently pack politics had a long reach. Tomorrow, she talked to Kale about increasing border patrols, establishing early warning systems. Tonight, she'd cherish this moment. Her family, together again, safe in the home she'd built. Whatever threats lurked in the future, she'd face them the way she'd faced everything else since leaving Silvercrest. With courage, with Riven beside her, and with the unshakable certainty that choosing freedom had been worth every risk. Chapter 12. Miran stayed for 2 weeks, and in that time, she transformed the Frostlands community. She taught the rogues proper food preservation techniques that would make their stores last longer. She organized a communal herb garden in a sheltered spot that caught maximum sunlight, showing them which plants could survive the harsh climate. She treated injuries that had been healing poorly, mixing salves and setting bones with the expertise of decades of practice. But more than that, she gave them something they hadn't realized they were missing: the wisdom of an elder who cared about their well-being without trying to control them. "Your aunt is remarkable," Kira said one evening as they worked together processing medicinal roots. "In 2 weeks, she's accomplished what I've been trying to do for 3 years." "She has a gift for making people listen," Veya agreed. "Even my old alpha respected her, though he'd never admit it." Will she really go back to a pack that threatened her, led by an alpha who tried to use her as leverage against you? Veya had been wondering the same thing. She'd hinted several times that Mirren could stay, build a den here, become part of their community. But her aunt had deflected every suggestion. That night, Veya finally asked directly, "Why go back, Aunt Mirren? You could stay here. Be free. No alpha to answer to, no pack politics, just life on your own terms." Mirren looked up from the healing compress she was preparing, her expression thoughtful. "Because Silvercrest is my home, little one. I've lived there for over 30 years. My mate is buried there. My friends, my patients, they're there. But Theron is a bastard, yes. But he needs me more than I need him, and he knows it. I have leverage." She smiled. "Besides, someone needs to stay and be a thorn in his side. Someone needs to remind him that not all wolves submit meekly to unjust authority." "You're staying to fight him. I'm staying because it's my choice. Just like leaving was yours." Mirren took Veya's hands. "You needed to escape to be free. I need to stay to be free. We're different wolves with different needs. I worry about you, and I worry about you. But we're both strong enough to survive what we've chosen." Mirren's grip tightened. "Listen to me, Veya. What you've built here, it's extraordinary. A community based on mutual support rather than dominance. Wolves choose to help each other because they want to, not because an alpha commands it. This is revolutionary. It's just rogues trying to survive. It's more than that. It's proof that wolves can live differently. That we don't need packs and alphas and rigid hierarchies to have community and purpose." Her eyes gleamed with something fierce. "When I go back, I'm going to tell wolves about this place. Quietly, carefully, to wolves I trust. The ones who are suffering under cruel alphas, who dream of freedom but think they'd have to live in complete isolation. They need to know there's another way." Veya's throat tightened. "You'd send more wolves here? Only the ones who truly want freedom, who would contribute rather than take." "Yes." Mirren cupped Veya's face. "You've created something beautiful here, sweetheart. Something that could change how wolves think about pack structure and community. Don't underestimate what you've accomplished." On Mirren's last evening, the community gathered to say goodbye. Wolves who'd initially been suspicious of a pack healer in their midst now clustered around her, asking last-minute questions, pressing gifts of furs and dried meat into her hands. "You're always welcome back," Kale said formally. "The Frostlands would be honored to call you one of ours if you ever choose to stay." "Thank you. That means more than you know." Mirren's voice was thick with emotion. She and Veya walked to the southern border together at dawn, both in human form despite the cold. "I'll send messages when I can," Mirren promised. "Let you know how things stand in Silvercrest. And if I hear of threats, of alphas planning to send hunters, we'll be ready." Veya hugged her aunt fiercely. "Thank you for coming, for seeing my life here, for understanding. Thank you for being brave enough to choose it." Mirren pulled back, tears streaming down her weathered face. "Your mother would be so proud of you, Veya. And so am I." They held each other for a long moment, both crying, neither wanting to let go. Finally, Mirren stepped back. "I need to leave now, or I never will." She shifted, her wolf form still graceful despite her age, and ran south without looking back. Veya stood at the border until her aunt disappeared from sight, Riven's solid presence beside her the only thing keeping her grounded. "She'll be okay," Riven said through their mental link. "She's stronger than any alpha gives her credit for." "I know. It's just hard, watching her leave. You could have asked her to stay. Really asked, not just hinted." "She wouldn't have. And I wouldn't have wanted her to if her heart wasn't in it." Veya shifted and pressed against Riven's large black form. We both chose our paths. Now we have to trust each other to walk them. They returned to their den together, and life in the Frostlands continued. Spring turned to summer, brief but glorious in the far north. The tundra exploded with life, hardy flowers blooming in impossible colors, prey animals returning in abundance, the sun barely setting before rising again. The community thrived, hunting cooperatively, expanding dens, building stores for the next winter. Veya's combat skills had improved dramatically. She could hold her own in sparring matches now, even occasionally besting Riven when she managed to outthink his superior strength. "You're learning to use your size as an advantage instead of a liability," he said after one session where she'd used her smaller frame to slip past his guard and score a winning strike. Fighting smarter, not harder. Had a good teacher. Had natural talent the teacher just helped refine. Riven pulled her close, both still breathing hard from the exertion. "I'm proud of you, you know. How far you've come." "I had motivation. Can't be the weak link when threats might come." And threats did come, though not in the form Veya had expected. It started with strangers arriving at their borders. Lone wolves, always cautious, asking permission to enter Frostlands territory. The first was a young male who'd been exiled from his pack for refusing to participate in raids against a neighboring territory. "I heard there were rogues here who lived differently," he said nervously, "who didn't solve every problem with violence." "Is that true?" Kale brought him before the community for evaluation. They questioned him carefully, assessed his intentions, then voted to allow him a trial residence. "You can stay for 1 season," Kale declared. "Contribute to the community, follow our customs, prove you're here to build, not take. If you do well, you can apply for permanent residence." The male, whose name was Jax, integrated quickly. He was a skilled hunter and an eager learner, grateful for the chance to start over. 2 weeks later, a female arrived. Then another male. Then a bonded pair. All of them had the same story. They'd heard rumors of a community in the north where rogues lived cooperatively, where strength wasn't measured in dominance, but in contribution. "Mirren's been busy," Veya said one evening as she and Riven watched the newest arrivals settle into temporary shelter. "She's sending us wolves. Not just sending. Screening them first, probably. Notice how they all share certain qualities? Reasonable, cooperative, willing to work." Riven's tone held approval. "She's selecting wolves who'll strengthen the community rather than disrupt it. We're growing fast. Too fast, maybe." "Maybe." Kale's worried, too. "We need to establish more formal systems for evaluation, for teaching newcomers our ways." He paused. "We're becoming something bigger than a loose confederation of rogues. The question is what that something should be." The question came to a head a month later when 15 rogues gathered in the amphitheater for what had become a regular council meeting. "We need to talk about structure," Kale said bluntly. "We have over 40 wolves here now. That's too many to operate on informal agreements and assumed cooperation. We need rules, procedures, consequences for those who violate community standards." "You're talking about forming a pack," Dre said, his voice sharp with accusation. "Exactly what we came here to escape. I'm talking about sustainable communities. There's a difference." "Is there? Rules, procedures, consequences. That's the beginning of hierarchy. Next you'll want an alpha, enforcer's ranks." "I don't want any of that," Kale interrupted. "But I also don't want chaos. We need balance." Veya listened to the argument escalate, watched wolves she respected take opposing sides. Some wanted more structure, worried that the community would collapse under its own growth without systems in place. Others feared that any structure would inevitably lead to the same power dynamics they'd fled. Finally, she spoke. "What if we created something new? Not a pack, but not completely structureless either." Every head turned toward her. "Explain," Kale said. Veya stood, gathering her thoughts. "Packs fail because power concentrates. One alpha makes all decisions, and everyone else has to obey or face punishment. But complete freedom without any coordination also fails, as we're seeing. So, what if we create a middle ground? Which is shared leadership. A council of equals who make decisions together. Rules that everyone helps create and agrees to follow. Consequences determined by community vote, not by one wolf's whim. She looked around at the gathered faces. We preserve freedom by distributing power so widely that no one wolf can control the rest. Silence fell as wolves considered this. It could work, Kira said slowly. We'd need clear processes for how decisions get made, how disputes get resolved, and safeguards against the council becoming an alpha by another name, Shale added. Term limits, maybe. Rotation of leadership roles so power doesn't calcify. Anyone can call a council meeting to challenge a decision, suggested Jax. Keep the leadership accountable to the community. Ideas began flowing. By the time the sun set, they'd sketched out a rough framework for what they were calling the Frostlands Accord, a governing system based on consensus, shared responsibility, and distributed authority. We'll need to formalize this, Kale said. Write it down. Get every wolf to agree to it. Make it official. Do we vote on it now? Someone asked.
No.
Everyone takes a week to think it over, suggest modifications. Then we meet again, finalize the language, and vote. Kale's expression was serious. This is too important to rush. We're creating something new here. Something that could change how wolves think about community and power. We need to get it right. As the gathering dispersed, Riven pulled Veya aside. That was brilliant, he said quietly. You saw the path forward when everyone else was stuck in old patterns. I just said what seemed obvious. Leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about asking the right questions and helping others find answers together. He kissed her forehead. The community looks to you, Veya. You've become one of our de facto leaders without even trying. I don't want to lead. I just want to help. That's what makes you a good leader. You're not seeking power for its own sake. Riven's copper eyes were warm. The wolves who should lead are the ones who don't want to. You'd never abuse the trust others place in you. Over the next week, Veya watched the community engage with the proposed accord with an intensity that surprised her. Wolves who'd been silent in previous councils now spoke up, suggesting refinements, pointing out potential problems, offering solutions. The final version of the Frostlands Accord was remarkably comprehensive. It established a rotating council of 7 wolves, elected for 1-year terms, with no wolf serving more than 2 consecutive terms. Monthly community gatherings where any wolf could propose new rules or challenge existing ones. A conflict resolution process that prioritized mediation over punishment. Clear expectations for newcomers and a formal process for gaining permanent residence. Shared responsibilities for defense, hunting, resource management. And most importantly, an amendment process that required 2/3 community vote to change the accord itself. It's not perfect, Kale said when they gathered to vote. Nothing created by imperfect beings can be. But it's good, it's fair, and it's ours. The vote was unanimous. 43 wolves, all agreeing to bind themselves to rules they'd helped create, to a system that distributed power instead of concentrating it. They celebrated that night with a feast and storytelling, wolves sharing their journeys to the Frostlands, their hopes for the future. Veya found herself telling her story. Darius's rejection, Riven's rescue, the escape from Silvercrest, the journey north. She'd told pieces of it before, but never the whole narrative from beginning to end. When she finished, the gathered wolves were silent. Then Jack spoke. You were rejected by your fated mate. That's supposed to break a wolf. Destroy them completely. How did you survive it? Veya thought about the question carefully. I survived because I realized the mate bond wasn't the only path to love. That fate's plan for me wasn't the only plan possible. And when I chose my own path, when I claimed agency over my own life. She looked at Riven and saw her own love reflected in his copper eyes. That's when I actually started living instead of just existing. The mate bond is sacred, an older female said quietly. But maybe it's not the only sacred thing. Maybe choice is sacred too. Maybe choosing is more sacred, Veya replied. Because anyone can accept what fate hands them. It takes courage to reject fate's plan and build your own. She saw heads nodding, wolves considering this radical idea. And she realized something profound. She'd come to the Frostlands seeking freedom for herself. But somehow, without intending to, she was helping others find their own freedom. Not just from pack structures and cruel alphas, but from the idea that fate's plan was the only valid path. The community she'd helped build wasn't just a physical place. It was a revolution in thinking. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 13. The first real test of the Frostlands Accord came 6 weeks after its ratification. A stranger arrived at their borders just after dawn. A massive male wolf with steel-gray fur and eyes that barely contained violence. He didn't ask permission to enter, simply crossed into their territory as if he owned it. The border patrol, Veya, Finn, and 2 newer members named Astrid and Cole, intercepted him immediately. "You're trespassing," Finn said, through the general mental channel rogues used. "State your business or leave." The gray wolf shifted to human form, revealing a body covered in scars that spoke of countless battles. He was older, perhaps 50, with a kind of presence that made younger wolves instinctively lower their eyes. "I'm looking for the wolves who call themselves the Frostlands community," he said, his voice rough as gravel. "Got business to discuss." "What kind of business?" Veya asked, remaining in wolf form, ready to fight or flee. "The kind that determines whether you all live or die." His smile was cold. "Name's Veron. I represent the Borderland Packs, 5 alphas who've decided your little experiment in rogue cooperation has gone on long enough." Veya's blood ran cold. This was the threat Mirren had warned about. Pack politics reaching north, alphas deciding the Frostlands community was a problem that needed eliminating. "We're on neutral territory," Finn said carefully. "No pack has a claim here." "Not yet. But that's about to change." Veron gestured broadly at the landscape around them. "The alphas I represent are expanding their territories. The Frostlands will be divided between them. Any rogues currently here have 2 choices: submit to pack authority and accept placement within the new hierarchy, or leave. Those who resist will be eliminated. You can't just claim neutral territory. We can, and we are. 5 packs, hundreds of warriors, against 40-some rogues." Veron's laugh was harsh. "This isn't a negotiation. I'm here as a courtesy, giving you advance warning. You have 1 week to decide, submit or scatter." He shifted and ran south before anyone could respond, his message delivered. The border patrol raced back to alert the community. Within an hour, every wolf in the Frostlands had gathered in the amphitheater, their expressions ranging from outraged to terrified. "They can't do this," Dre snarled. "The Frostlands have been neutral territory for decades. They can if no one stops them," Kale said grimly. "And who's going to stop 5 organized packs? The Council of Alphas doesn't care about rogue territories. Other packs won't risk conflict to defend us. So what do we do?" Astrid's voice shook. "We can't fight 5 packs. We'd be slaughtered." "We could scatter," suggested one of the newer arrivals. "Go back to living as lone rogues. They can't hunt us all down individually. And abandon everything we've built." Kira's voice cut through the rising panic. "Return to isolation after we've proven the community is possible? That's exactly what they want. To break us, to prove that rogues can never be anything but lawless outcasts. Better alive and alone than dead defending an ideal," someone muttered. Veya listened to the arguments spiral, watched the community she loved begin to fracture under pressure. This was the moment that would define them: fight, flee, or submit. None of the options were good. "There's a 4th choice," Riven said quietly, but his voice carried across the amphitheater, silencing the debates. "We negotiate." "Negotiate?" Dre's scoff was bitter. "You heard him. This isn't a negotiation." "He said that. Doesn't make it true." Riven stood, his presence commanding attention. 5 alphas want to divide the Frostlands. That means they haven't actually done it yet. They're still in the planning phase, probably arguing over borders and resource allocation. If we can make the cost of claiming this territory higher than the benefit, they might back down.
How?
Kale asked, leaning forward with interest. We make ourselves valuable. Offer something they want more than empty tundra. Riven's copper eyes scanned the crowd. What do we have that packs don't? Freedom, someone said. Independence, said another. Knowledge, Kira said slowly. We have knowledge. About surviving in harsh territories, about cooperative systems that don't require dominance hierarchies, about plants and hunting techniques specific to this region. Knowledge that could benefit packs looking to expand into difficult terrain. And we have skilled wolves, Veya added, seeing where Riven was going. Healers, hunters, trackers, craftsmen. Wolves who could provide services to packs without formally joining them. You're talking about becoming a trade hub, Shale said. A neutral community that serves multiple packs without belonging to any of them. Exactly. Riven's voice grew more confident. We offer value. Make ourselves useful enough that destroying us would be counterproductive. Instead of being a threat to pack territories, we become a resource. They'd never agree to it, Dre argued. Alphas don't respect rogues. They see us as lesser. Then we change their minds. Veya stood beside Riven. We sent a delegation. Present our proposal directly. Show them we're not lawless ferals, but an organized community capable of sophisticated negotiation. Kale was quiet for a long moment, clearly thinking through the implications. It could work, if we present it right. But we'd need to move fast. That week's deadline isn't much time. Then we send the delegation tomorrow, Kira said. Who goes? The question hung in the air. Needs to be wolves who can speak well, who won't be intimidated by alpha posturing, Kale said. And ideally wolves with pack backgrounds who understand pack politics. Multiple heads turned toward Veya. No, Riven said immediately. Absolutely not. Veya's a known escapee from Silvercrest. If Theron spread his lies about her being a dangerous rogue, sending her into pack territories is suicide. Then you go, Veya said. You were a warrior in Shadowfen. You understand pack hierarchies. And I'm wanted for killing humans who murdered my mate. My face is probably on wanted notices across half the territories. Riven's jaw was tight. I can't go either. I'll go, Kale said quietly. I challenged my old alpha publicly. No outstanding warrants, no price on my head. And I've been coordinating the Frostlands community long enough to speak for us credibly. I'll go with you, Shale offered. I was beta in my old pack before my mate died. I know how to negotiate with alphas. And I should go, Kira said. As our oldest member and a healer, I bring legitimacy. Packs respect healers, even rogue ones. It was decided. 3 wolves, 3 different backgrounds, representing the Frostlands community to 5 hostile alphas. The rest of that day was spent in preparation. They drafted a formal proposal outlining the benefits of a neutral trade community, gathered samples of their craftwork and preserved herbs to demonstrate value, and rehearsed responses to likely objections. Veya helped where she could, but mostly she tried to quiet the anxiety gnawing at her gut. This plan was risky. If it failed, if the alphas rejected the proposal and decided to attack immediately, stop spiraling, Riven said that night as they lay together in their den. I can feel your thoughts from here. What if this doesn't work? What if they laugh at Kale and attack anyway? Then we fight. Or we run. Or we adapt to whatever happens. He pulled her closer. But worrying about it now doesn't help. We made the best decision we could with the information we have. That's all anyone can do. I hate feeling helpless. You're not helpless. You help create the plan that might save us all. Riven kissed her forehead. That's not nothing, Veya. The delegation left at dawn. 40 wolves watched as Kale, Shale, and Kira shifted and ran south toward pack territories, carrying the hopes of the entire community on their shoulders. Then there was nothing to do but wait. The week crawled by with agonizing slowness. Wolves tried to maintain normal routines, hunting, gathering, improving dens. But the tension was palpable. Everyone kept glancing south, watching for the delegation's return or for signs of approaching pack warriors. Riven organized defensive preparations, just in case. They identified fallback positions, cached supplies in hidden locations, and planned evacuation routes. Not because they expected to fight successfully against 5 packs, but because doing something was better than sitting idle. On the 6th day, scouts reported movement on the southern border. The entire community mobilized, ready to defend or flee depending on what approached. Veya's heart hammered as she took her position on the defensive line, riven solid beside her. But it wasn't warriors who emerged from the trees. It was the delegation, looking exhausted but alive. And behind them, representatives from all 5 packs. Not armies. Just small groups of high-ranking wolves, looking curious rather than hostile. Kale shifted to human form as he reached the amphitheater, where the community had gathered. "We talked," he said simply. They listened, and they agreed to consider our proposal. Relief swept through Veya so powerfully she nearly collapsed. "Consider?" Dre asked sharply. "What does that mean?" "It means they want to see our community for themselves before committing. To verify we're what we claim to be: organized, valuable, stable." Kale gestured to the pack wolves. "I've invited them to spend 3 days here as observers. To see how we live, what we offer, whether we're worth preserving." It was a test. The Frostlands community had 3 days to prove they deserved to exist. "Then we show them," Veya said, her voice carrying across the gathering. "We show them everything we've built. Our skills, our systems, our community. We prove we're not a threat, but a resource." "And if they're still not convinced," someone asked nervously, "then we've lost nothing by trying." Veya met the eyes of wolves she'd come to consider family. "But I don't think we'll fail. Because what we've created here, it's remarkable. And even alphas can recognize value when it's demonstrated clearly enough." The next 3 days were a whirlwind of carefully orchestrated demonstrations. Kira showed the pack healers her extensive herb garden and medicinal preparations, sharing techniques for treating injuries that even experienced pack healers found valuable. Torvin demonstrated his metalwork, forging weapons and tools with a skill that impressed the pack warriors. The hunters organized a cooperative hunt that brought down prey larger than any single pack hunting party could manage, showing the efficiency of their coordinated systems. And every evening, the community gathered in the amphitheater for councils where they discussed issues, made decisions together, and demonstrated their governing system based on consensus rather than dominance. The pack observers watched everything with sharp, calculating eyes. On the final evening, the 5 alpha representatives, Veron among them, called for a private meeting with the Frostlands Council. "We've seen enough," said an older female alpha named Saren. "Your community is unexpected, well-organized, productive, more sophisticated than any rogue group we've encountered. Does that mean you'll accept our proposal?" Kale asked carefully. "We're willing to try a trial arrangement," Veron said, his tone grudging. "The Frostlands remain neutral territory. Your community can continue operating under its current system. In exchange, you provide services to our packs, healing, crafting, knowledge sharing, at fair trade rates." "For how long?" Shale asked. 1 year. After that, we reconvene and assess whether the arrangement benefits all parties." Saren's gaze swept over the council members. "But understand this, you're being granted an extraordinary privilege. Rogues don't typically get to self-govern. We're making an exception because your community has proven it can maintain order without an alpha. Don't make us regret it." "We won't," Veya said firmly. "You have our word." The formal agreement was drafted over the next few days, with input from both the Frostlands Council and the pack alphas. It outlined trade terms, dispute resolution processes, and conditions under which the arrangement could be dissolved. When the pack representatives finally left, carrying copies of the agreement, the Frostlands community erupted in celebration. They'd done it. Against all odds, they negotiated their right to exist. "We're officially recognized," Kale said, disbelief and joy mixing in his voice. 5 packs just acknowledged our sovereignty. "Do you understand what this means?" "It means we're not just rogues anymore," Kira said softly. "We're something new. Something the pack world has never seen before." That night, as wolves danced and sang around bonfires that burned bright against the northern sky, Veya found herself standing apart, watching the community she'd helped build celebrate their victory. Riven joined her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "You did this," he said quietly. "Your idea to negotiate, to offer value instead of fighting. You saved us all. We did this. Together. The whole community." "True. But it started with you having the courage to suggest a different path." Riven turned her to face him, his copper eyes intense in the firelight. "When you first arrived here, you were a broken wolf fleeing a mate who rejected you. Look at you now. A leader, a visionary, someone who changed the course of history for every rogue in these territories." Veya thought about that journey. From Silvercrest's overlooked tracker to the Frostlands co-founder. From rejected mate to chosen partner. From invisible to essential. "I'm not the same wolf I was," she said wonderingly.
No.
"You're better. Stronger. More yourself than you've ever been." Riven pulled her close. "And I get to watch you become even more." "How did I get so lucky?" "We both got lucky. Found each other when we needed it most." Veya kissed him softly. "Build something impossible together." "Not impossible. Just improbable."
He grinned.
"Which makes it even better." They rejoined the celebration, dancing with their community under stars that seemed brighter than ever before. The Frostlands had survived its first major crisis. Had not just survived, but thrived, transforming threat into opportunity. And somewhere far to the south, in a packed cottage in Silvercrest territory, an old healer heard news of the agreement through the rogue network and smiled. Her niece had done more than escape an unjust situation. She'd created something that would change the world. Chapter 14. 1 year later, the Frostlands had transformed beyond recognition. What began as 43 rogues huddled in scattered dens had grown into a thriving community of over 70 wolves. Word had spread through the rogue network. There was a place in the north where wolves could live free, where the community didn't require submission, where choice mattered more than fate. The crude dens had been expanded and improved. The communal herb garden now sprawled across a sheltered valley, tended by Kira and a team of apprentice healers. Torvin's forge produced tools and weapons traded across 5-pack territories. The amphitheater had been rebuilt with carved stone seating and a central fire pit that burned perpetually, a symbol of the community's permanence. The Frostlands weren't just surviving anymore. They were flourishing. Veya stood at the edge of the northern ridge, watching the sunrise paint the tundra in shades of gold and crimson. Behind her, the community stirred to life, wolves emerging from dens, greeting each other, beginning the day's work with easy familiarity. A year ago, she'd been running for her life, fleeing pack territory with nothing but hope and desperation. Now she stood at the heart of something revolutionary, something that proved wolves could choose differently. Thinking deep thoughts again? Riven's voice came from behind her, warm with affection. Just reflecting. How much has changed? He moved to stand beside her, his presence as comforting as ever. The anniversary council is tonight. Are you ready? The Anniversary Council. 1 year since the Frostlands Accord was ratified. 1 year since the 5 packs agreed to recognize their sovereignty. Tonight, pack representatives would return for the promised reassessment, deciding whether to continue the arrangement or dissolve it. As ready as I'll ever be, Veya said. We've met every term of the agreement. Trade has been profitable for both sides. There's no logical reason for them to terminate. Logic and pack politics don't always align. Riven's tone held a warning. Some of those alphas still see us as a threat. A bad example that might inspire their own wolves to question pack hierarchy. He was right. Despite the agreement's success, tension remained. Several packs had experienced increased challenges to alpha authority over the past year, with wolves citing the Frostlands as proof that alternative systems could work. Whatever happens tonight, we've already won, Veya said firmly. We've proven our model works. Even if they dissolve the agreement, that truth remains. Spoken like a true leader. Veya smiled despite her nerves. Leadership was still uncomfortable, but she'd grown into it over the past year. She'd been elected to the Frostlands Council, serving alongside Kale, Kira, Riven, and 3 others. Together, they'd navigated challenges, mediated disputes, and guided the community's growth with the same consensus-based approach that defined everything they did. It wasn't perfect. Decisions took longer when everyone had input. Conflicts sometimes felt endless before a resolution emerged. But it was fair. And wolves trusted the process because they'd helped create it. The day passed in preparation. The community cleaned and organized, prepared food for the evening's gathering, rehearsed presentations about their accomplishments over the past year. As sunset approached, the pack representatives arrived. All 5 alphas came personally this time, a sign of how seriously they took this reassessment. Varan with his steel gray fur and battle scars. Saren, the older female whose shrewd eyes missed nothing. 3 others Veya had learned to read over the years of trade negotiations. Matthias, young and ambitious. Kendra, cautious and traditional. And Oren, who seemed genuinely curious about the Frostlands experiment. They gathered in the amphitheater, pack wolves on one side, Frostlands community on the other. Kale stood to open the proceedings, but before he could speak, Varan rose. "We've made our decision," the Grey Alpha said bluntly. "No need to drag this out with presentations and negotiations." Veya's heart sank. That sounded like a rejection. "The past year has been illuminating," Varan continued. "Your community has met every term of our agreement. The trade has been profitable. Your healers have saved lives in our packs. Your craftsmen produce quality work. But," Kale prompted, hearing the unspoken word, "but you're also dangerous." Varan's gaze swept across the gathered rogues. "Not in the way we expected. You're not raiders or ferals threatening our borders. You're dangerous because you prove pack structure isn't necessary. Because wolves in our territories see your success and start questioning why they need alphas at all." Silence fell, heavy with tension. "In the past year, I've dealt with more challenges to my authority than in the previous decade combined," Varan said. "Wolves citing your consensus model and asking why we can't govern the same way. Young wolves leaving their packs to come here, seeking this freedom you've created." "That's not our fault," Veya said, unable to stay silent. "We don't recruit from packs. We don't encourage wolves to abandon their communities. We just exist. And if your wolves are dissatisfied enough to leave, maybe that's a problem with your pack, not with us." Varan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Several Frostlands wolves tensed, ready to defend Veya if the alpha took offense. But then, surprisingly, Varan laughed. "You've got steel in you, little wolf. I respect that." His expression grew serious again. "You're right. If my wolves are leaving, that reflects on my leadership. Which is why I've spent the past year actually listening to their complaints instead of just crushing dissent." He paused, and something shifted in his demeanor. "I came here tonight planning to dissolve this agreement. To tell you the Frostlands would be absorbed into pack territories, your community disbanded. Because that would be easier than admitting you've exposed flaws in the pack system that have existed for generations." Veya's breath caught. Past tense. Planning to dissolve.
Did that mean?
But watching your community over this year, seeing how you handle disputes without dominance, how you make decisions without one wolf dictating to the rest, how you've created genuine loyalty instead of forced submission. Varan shook his head slowly. "I realized you're not the problem. You're the solution. Or at least, you're pointing toward solutions the rest of us have been too stubborn or too proud to consider." Saren stood, adding her voice. "The other alphas, and I have discussed this extensively. We're not ready to abandon pack structure entirely, but we are ready to learn from your model, to incorporate some of your methods into our governance. And we're ready to make this arrangement permanent," Oren said, his voice warm. "Not a trial period, but a lasting alliance. The Frostlands remain independent, continuing to trade and share knowledge with our packs. In exchange, we officially recognize your sovereignty and pledge to defend your territory if threatened." Disbelief rippled through the Frostlands community. This was more than they'd dare hope for. Not just continued tolerance, but actual alliance, recognition, protection. There are conditions, Kendra said, her tone cautious. You must maintain the standards you've established. No descent into chaos or violence. Continue accepting wolves from our packs who choose to leave, but don't actively recruit. And you'll need to formalize your leadership structure, create official representatives we can negotiate with consistently. We already have a council, Kale said. Elected representatives serving limited terms. Would that suffice? It would if you also designate specific wolves as ambassadors to each pack. Points of contact for trade negotiations and dispute resolution. Saren's gaze found Veya. I'd recommend the little wolf with steel in her. She speaks well and doesn't back down from alphas. Useful qualities in an ambassador. All eyes turned to Veya. She felt Riven's hand find hers, squeezing gently. I'd be honored, Veya managed. If the community agrees. We'll vote on ambassadorial positions, Kale said formally. But I think I can speak for everyone when I say we accept your terms. Permanent alliance, mutual recognition, continued independence. We agree. The formal agreement was sealed with ceremonial howls, Frostlands wolves and pack wolves joining voices in a chorus that echoed across the tundra. They'd done more than survive. They'd been legitimized, accepted, recognized as a valid alternative to traditional pack structure. The celebration that followed lasted until dawn. Wolves from both communities mingled, sharing food and stories. Pack wolves asked questions about the consensus model, genuinely curious rather than dismissive. Frostlands wolves shared their experiences, explaining how freedom and structure could coexist. Veya found herself talking with Saren as the night deepened. Your journey here, it started with a rejected mate bond, yes? The old alpha asked. It did. The worst moment of my life at the time. And now? Veya considered. Now I see it as a gift. Being rejected freed me to choose my own path. To build something real instead of settling for fate's plan. Not all rejected wolves would see it that way. Most break under that pain. I almost did. Without Riven, without the Frostlands community, I probably would have. Veya's gaze found her mate across the crowd, and warmth flooded through her. But I learned that the mate bond isn't the only path to love. That choosing someone is more powerful than being fated to them. Dangerous philosophy. But Saren's eyes held approval rather than censure. Undermines the entire foundation of pack breeding politics. Maybe some foundations need undermining. Saren laughed, a sound like dry leaves rustling. Indeed. You've given me much to think about, young wolf. My pack may see some changes in the coming year. As the celebration wound down and wolves began drifting to dens, Veya and Riven walked to their favorite spot on the northern ridge. Ambassador to 5 packs, Riven said, pulling her close. Quite a promotion from an overlooked tracker. I haven't been voted in yet. You will be. Everyone saw how you handled Veron tonight. You've become what the Frostlands need. Veya leaned into his warmth, staring out at the vast expanse of territory they called home. Do you ever think about how different our lives could have been? If Darius had accepted the bond, if you hadn't found me in the snow that night? Sometimes. But those alternate versions don't interest me. Riven turned her to face him, his copper eyes intense in the starlight. This version, where we chose each other and built something beautiful from broken pieces, this is the only version that matters. I love you, Veya whispered. My choice, my mate, my home. I love you too. Always. They stood together as the sun began to rise, painting the Frostlands in gold and promise. Behind them, the community they'd helped build stirred to life. Wolves who'd chosen freedom over fate, community over hierarchy, hope over despair. Ahead of them stretched infinite possibilities. Ambassadorial duties, continued growth, the ongoing work of proving that wolves could live differently. And beneath it all, the simple truth that had guided Veya from the moment Riven first curled around her broken body in the snow. Sometimes the person who saves you isn't the one destiny chose. Sometimes they're the one who chooses you back. And that choice, freely given and fiercely protected, was worth more than any fate-ordained bond could ever be. Veya had been rejected by the mate the moon goddess selected for her. And in that rejection, she'd found something infinitely better. Freedom, love, purpose, home. Not because the universe decreed it, but because she chose it. Every single day, she chose it. And she would keep choosing for all the days to come. The end. Thank you for following Veya and Riven's journey from rejection to redemption, from broken to whole, from caged to free. If this story touched your heart, please hit that like button and leave a comment below sharing your favorite moment. Subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more werewolf romance stories where love is a choice, not just destiny. Until next time, choose your own path and never let anyone tell you you're not enough.